a past life regression. I'm going to say thank you to everyone it was a last minute decision to go live, and so we're late, but it's okay because shit, we gonna get the shit done. Um, so this past life regression is with a very amazing soul, a sister friend. Okay, she's from Jamaica. But hell, really, she's from Irwell. Like she is from Irwell. Okay. When I say that, I'm talking about soul wise. She's so old. She's an old soul, just old. She's old, but so young. And so I'm excited that she won, trusted me to do this past life regression. And two, her team said, yeah, scoop on up. Scoop on up. Let's get her done. Let's get her done. Okay, let's scoop on up. So if you're in this live, whether you're on Facebook or TikTok, I'm gonna ask you guys to hit the thumbs up. It don't cost you nothing. All right, boo. All right, boo.
Can you hear me?
Testing. Yes, I can hear you. All right. Boo. You stress me out. You stress me out.
Out. Oh, fine. Venus knocking the door.
So,
Just
uh, say that again.
says watching Venus. Am I low?
Yeah, kind of. Can you get it louder?
Is this still low?
Oh, that's good. Okay, I'm gonna put my headset in so I can see what that's like. Now, if I'm like this, you can hear me good.
I can hear you really good. Can you hear me good?
Yeah, I can hear you good now. All right, so I'm gonna put on my headset and let me see what that feels like. I don't have to have the headset, but we're gonna see. Saying,
You want me to do a hello?
which one do you like better? Do you like this better? Do you like when I don't have it on?
I like the no headset.
You like the headset?
No, no headset.
No headset. No headset. All right, cool. Surprise, 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 y'all. The queen is in the house. Queen is in the motherfucking house. Okay. Look at her touching up here, boo. That be me. That be all right. So
What?
one thing you gotta remember is that when we're doing no headset, which is cool, we gotta remember I gotta be intentional about when you're speaking, not to speak. If I'm speaking, kind of pause and wait, let me get through. But when you're in the hypnosis, you ain't gonna know no damn way. But I mean, like right now.
Okay. Headset for you? Because I can hear you.
You can hear me good. There's a delay. All right, it's okay. We're just gonna the first hour anyway. It's just to chop it up and everything. So we're doing a mic check just to see what it's feeling like because right now, right now, your mic
It's low.
there's a slight delay. So let's just talk about some stuff, and we're gonna see what it's like. Okay, so um, what's up, everybody? Y'all know who it is. She the queen. Locks looking good, boo. Okay, okay.
I'm gonna turn this off. Oh, I'm gonna see if maybe if I just not do any. Can you hear me? No.
Oh yeah, that's good. I can hear you.
Oh,
Oh, you're good.
cool.
Okay. I'm just checking for any delays right now as we speak.
And you can still hear me like this?
Yes, I can. All right. Now, how you gonna be sitting when you get ready to do your thing? So I know. Listen, I know you done seen have you seen any of the videos yet? Have you seen when the pillow be taking over the kind of like
I'll be like this. I'm just like this.
because baby, we're gonna need to hear every word you say. But I'm gonna always bring your voice closer if I need to do that. And I can do that just with prompts. Okay. And I can also, when I speak to the higher self, do that. Okay. I'm sitting there saying some to
You hear
her
me?
vocal cords because she be low as hell. She be whispering damn near.
Yeah. That's true. Enough. I'm with Venus. So, um, um, I do get low sometimes. Like
Yeah,
I'm gonna do a low voice and you tell me if you can hear me, okay?
yeah. We're gonna work with the higher self and to make that happen. All right. So now, because this is on YouTube and Facebook, there's no they're gonna hear everything. So I ain't no chopping it up at this point. Okay.
You know me. I don't care.
Okay. All right. So all right. So this first little bit, we're gonna try to get to know you. We're gonna do some we are witnessing a power couple. Okay. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna chop it up and we're gonna get to know you. I know you, but we're gonna get to know you a little bit deeper. And the reason for that is because the higher self, inner child, and your team is trying to determine where they're gonna take you if they don't already know. So as we talk about different things, you'll be able to express information and they can see what needs healing in this lifetime from a past lifetime based on that. Okay. All right. So I did get your questions. I got those last night. We did a mic check. So you already know about me, how my process began. For those of y'all, this is if you're here for the first time, my actual I guess you say my spiritual journey began in 2019. Although all of my life I've known things and didn't know how I knew things, but I just did. So I went from that spiritual journey to doing cards, being so familiar with them, it just felt natural. And then from that to medium, and then that to some channeling, and now we got past life regression, and it's just a beautiful thing. And I'm super excited for myself. I'm excited that I said yes, and I did it with no hesitation. Like I've been waiting for this one right here. Like we ready, we ready to go, you know. And so once I got the green light, then of course I sought out the volunteers, and many of you are volunteers. I think ended up with a total of 17 that booked. We was trying for 30. We had 28. I don't know what happened with some of them. Fear got into some of them, I know. And so it is what it is. So those who's supposed to have it will get it. Okay. So as always, when you start a past life regression, it's always sensing and feeling, then seeing, or sensing, feeling, and believing, then seeing. It could be seeing and believing, it could be believing and seeing. Those two can be interchangeable. I'm not gonna have no problem taking you down. I already know that. So we ain't really got to go through that. We just said that for the audience. Okay. All right. So first of all, your collective consciousness team chose not just because it was a volunteer. They trust me because I come through, because I get her done, and because how much I love my sand pool. Okay, they know this. So I'm thankful for that. The higher self is already ready. The higher self said, you know what? We're gonna get this done. We're gonna go deep. It's gonna be okay. Because I think at first she's like, sis, I don't really want to go live. I was like, okay, cool, no problem. We ain't gotta go live. And then you like this morning, can we go live? Nigga, what? What we doing? What the hell just happened? Okay, so some open. Okay, so apparently the powers that be knew that this probably needed to be something. Plus, two, you can actually put this on your um, you can put this on your channel. Okay, I'll make this available to you, boo. Okay, all right, make it stop. All right. So the questions that you didn't have very many questions, and that's okay. You didn't even have like, I don't even think you had 5. Let me go in here and check because I was like, whoa, okay. Any other time I'm getting a list of a shit ton, and that's okay too because I allow for 20. So we're gonna go over your questions real quick. Your question is there anything I need to know health wise about Venus? Do we have, how do we define dimensions? That's an awesome one. Why did I see 2 separate versions of grandpa? And what is the root cause of hormonal imbalance? That is a magnificent one, especially for people who are working in that field, in the healing area. And should I apply for travel documents this year? So not very many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Girl, we're gonna knock the fuck out of them motherfuckers. Okay, okay. Okay. So then we got that done. So now we're gonna get to know a little bit about you, Sam. we're gonna ask. I'm gonna ask a few. I said we because it's my collective consciousness in yours. They know, but just for people who come across this video, we want to know and get to know a little bit about you, which helps to sync and anchor where we're actually going. So I want you to give me some information, starting back to the youngest memory that you have of sand. Like, what is your youngest memory? What age? How old were you?
Um, youngest memory I have of me at church. I don't remember. I think I was like 6, and my grandfather was preaching a ceremony, and I was sitting in one of the benches, in the church, and I think I was like, how kids feet, you're twisting your the bench and you're doing like a lot of different things. I was doing that and I fell off the bench and I screamed out in the middle of the sermon and everybody had to stop. And I got that's where I got it
Oh, okay.
from because it cut like it.
Yeah, you got a little mark.
And so that's the first memory I can remember as a child. Like
Mhm. Okay, so when you think back to that memory of when you had that fall, because apparently when we remember some things, there's a triggers, there's trauma, etc. When you fell, did anything that you can remember went through your mind when you fell? Like, oh, I'm not supposed to be moving, and then I fell, and now I'm cutting up in church. Did anything that you can remember go through your mind as far as I should not have been doing that, and this wouldn't have happened?
I think the only thing I remember when I fell was that I screamed out and the sermon stopped. I don't remember anything after that. I just remember going to school the next day.
Okay, so you did go. Okay,
I had like
okay, okay. Now, I want you to tell me something that you can remember when you're in elementary school. So that could be anywhere from kindergarten to the fourth grade. What is a memory that you have of something that was really beautiful, or you find it that, like, oh, I remember this because this felt good? If you don't have a feel good memory from that time, that's okay. Then give me the opposite, a
okay,
challenge or something that not.
getting any feel good ones. But I do remember when I call her, I don't know what, but she used to live with us when I was smaller. So I kind of call it my godmother, I guess. And she died. She transitioned. She had stroke. And I would go like in her room every day and just sit beside her and hold her hand and I'd brush her hair and everything. And then the night before she died, I went to visit my aunt, right? And I went in her room and I said, I'm going to visit my aunt. I'm coming back tomorrow. I said, I'm coming back tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. And I remember just kissing her and saying bye, and I left. And then she died that night. So then, like, I went into the spiral of just, I got like sick immediately after.
Hmm.
I was in the hospital for maybe like a week or two until the burial and everything happened. And then I got better, like, the minute the funeral was over. And because they couldn't find the hospital. I was in children's hospital. And the minute she was buried and everything was over, I got better. And
Hmm.
and just kind of like going back to school like everything was normal.
Hmm. When you think about that particular memory, and you know that you felt some kind of way, sick, and then you got better, knowing the work that you do and who you are, where do you think the sickness came from?
I think I left to be with her during that time because I told her I was coming back and she left me back.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like she needed to say goodbye and I didn't want to say goodbye to the body. I wanted, like, I didn't want to see the body. I didn't want to be in the house, so I had to leave.
Yeah. Okay.
Because when I was at the hospital, I just slept most of the times. And then
Okay.
my would get like really hot. because the body was like adjusting to me leaving the body for such a long time and then like coming back, leaving, coming back. So it was a lot for the body to go through.
Mm-hmm. All right. I want to go fast forward to middle school. Give me a memory that you had during during middle school. It could be anywhere on the spectrum of how you felt, things challenged, etc.
Middle school, you don't mean high school, right?
I don't mean high school. I mean middle school.
Middle school was a lot of play with friends. And like I remember having best friends, and we had this girl group. It was three of us, and we were the charmed ones, like the three witches. So like that would be we would take on the characters of the three witches like every day. And it was really fun, and the relationships were close, and it was just like a very happy time.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to fast forward to, did you have any challenges in middle school?
No, I can't really feel any big challenges in middle school. Just like navigating friendships and learning. I think that's what it's about.
Okay. Let's go on to high school.
High school, I was very responsible, so I had to grow up. And I think that was preparing me for what was going to happen afterwards. High school, I was placed in position of leadership roles. I was like a prefect, a monitor, and I had to learn how to choose between. I had to learn how to like make my own choices because I had friends who were under the law, and then I had friends who were like law-abiding citizens in high school.
Hmm. Hmm.
I was like always in the middle. I was never like a law-abiding high school person, but I was never on the bad side either. I was just like right.
Did you find any sense of pleasure on being able to straddle the fence if you wanted to, needed to?
I loved it. Like if my friend, you know, my friend Talia, if she was like the underdog, like she did everything she's not supposed to do, and I would always bail her out because I was a prefect.
Hmm.
Because we were friends, it kind of just elevated her like status of she's not too bad. I mean she's bad, but she's not too bad. But then I had friends who were like really brilliant and law bad and stuff. Then I would get elevated in their presence. So I was always like in the middle. And it was fun for me that I could dabble because I didn't want to be goody two shoe, but I also didn't want to be like, oh my god, she gives so much talking.
Yeah.
So
Okay. I thought so. All right. What about, we're gonna move past we're gonna move past high school, and we're gonna talk a little bit about um your parents. I want to talk a little bit about your parents, more of a grounding perspective. And you give what you want to give, what you feel is needed, because it's gonna come up anyway. Okay.
my parents, so my
Mhm.
parents, I think when I came here, I selected four people to be my parents because, you know, um, it had to be that way. So
Mhm.
I had my grandma, who's mommy. I don't call, so if you hear me say grandma and grandpa, it's just I call them mommy and daddy. They were my foundational parents.
Mhm.
So I lived with them, and I grew up in church and all that stuff. And my mom, to go away to work. So she wasn't like physically there a lot when I was smaller, when I was growing up. She wasn't really there that much, but emotionally she was always there.
Mhm.
And my biological dad was not there because I came into awareness of my biological father when I was in
Repeat that.
I came like I knew about my biological dad when I was in high school. So I didn't have it at all. Well, actually, when I see pictures of me and him, but I don't remember them.
Mhm.
But my dad, that's like the dad that's on my birth paper, he's not my biological dad. He was present. He did his best to play the role of a father. I have very good memories with him as well.
Mhm.
I kind of felt like I was a princess with
Mhm.
him. And but it changed like after a while. After he found out I was not his biological daughter, it changed. And I think both played a role in that because I kind of like just withdrew from him. And I actually heard he didn't want to talk to me. And stuff. I heard stuff, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna just remove myself.
Mhm.
Calls me his daughter because when I saw him the other day, he still refers to me as his daughter, but we don't have that relationship anymore.
Mhm.
And I'm currently working on building a relationship with my biological dad because he's been in the picture for a couple of years now.
Mhm. So tell me a little bit about your, you have your biological parents, and you just kind of spoke about them. And tell me about the other parents.
So my grandma and grandpa,
Mhm.
so they were my parents. That's who I knew as mommy and daddy. That was my emotional attachment. You know how Venus is emotionally attached to me right now? I was emotionally attached to my grandma. Still am.
Mhm.
Always saw them as my providers, as my secure spot, as my safe haven.
Mhm.
They were like, when you build a house,
Mhm.
materials for the house, that's them. School, church, every single thing that you can think of. Sick, healthy, everything. It's just them. My grandma, especially, um, really is like a part of makeup.
Mhm.
She I don't really have words. My grandfather always played like a role, like in the background, making sure that we always have food and clothes and discipline and love and laughter.
Mhm.
But I was more attached to my grandma when I was small. And everybody says that, so, and I'm still attached to her.
Mhm.
And I recently, my grandfather transitioned, and so now it's grandma.
Okay. All right. Let's move forward to the adult Sam. She's adult now. Um, Maybe she went to college. Maybe she had some secondary school. Maybe not. But we're gonna move forward to you, a full woman now, right? You, whether you're living on your own, you need some tissue because you probably need some when we get through it. We can give you, you can get some pre tissue, but after baby, it's okay. It's a no. Okay. All right. So give us some adult saying you're pre, fresh out the gate of any type of school and just being a woman. And it can include anything from dating, it can include from your first job, it can include any of that prior to B. This is not B included. Just becoming that new young woman. I'm 18, I'm 21, I'm 24, whatever.
So I think that was like the wild era where also it was like an integration of responsibility because I moved out like right after high school. I would consider that Sam to be very responsible because right after high school, she was working, and she was determined to like build something for herself, even though she didn't know what that was. It's kind of like a feeling like inside. She's like, okay, it's time for me to build something now. I got everything I needed to get from mommy and daddy and everybody, so let's do it. And I'm very excited as well. And it felt nice to be on your own, to be on my own, right?
Hmm.
And she had the ability to go where she wanted to go. She was dating, the dating one was nice, but there was always like a little part of her that wanted more. She wanted more. Like that version of her, it was like explore, date, travel, work, build something, all that stuff. But she wanted more. There was always something inside of her guiding her because she wanted more. She wanted like a family, and she wanted to fall in love and get married and have kids and build a house and
Hmm.
the things that she really wanted. Um, but she really enjoyed that little her stuff. So it was pretty fun. And I liked the way that she didn't allow herself to like not explore and not change, um, because it was cool and then it was the beauty and then it was trying modern, and that didn't work, so she just kept changing her mind, and that was good for her
Mm,
because she knew it was okay to like change is good, she needed that.
okay. Now let's talk about moving forward from there. Any challenges between the time of that adult sin and little mama is coming. Let's talk about V, and
So
let's talk about the time leading up from there to V. I want to
right
hear some challenges of in between that time and then.
right before V came, she had to be activated.
Uh-huh.
Well, had to be so she had to go through that, what you would consider dark night of the soul, where it was just going to be her alone and her shadows, and she had to face all of them, and she had to learn how to heal them on her own. And then she had to learn how to trust as well, trust the universe. She had to learn how to connect with her spirit guides. So this part of her had to step into her wisdom era where she would start to learn and she would start to grow spiritually and her consciousness would start to expand, because that would be needed before the soul came in, the child came in, because of the role that the child would be playing. We had to prepare the mother. That was very important. So the challenges that she faced was it was a bit rough for her to learn how to let go of the older version of herself that she had created prior.
Hmm.
She would go through very lonely periods where it was necessary for her to learn how to sit in silence, because that was one of the ways that she would be able to lean and rely on herself more, because she that is needed as well for the future self. Um, it got very lonely, got very intense very quickly, but it had to be that way because we didn't really want to delay the inevitable. It all had to happen. So we kind of just crammed it all in all at once. So one of the challenges that she faced as well was grounding
Hmm.
and keeping balance. But we also knew that she would be supported by a group and a team physically here, the friends that she made and the acquaintances and sisters and brothers that she now is. We knew that they would be there to help her. That is why we made the connection, and was that other part of herself as well. We connected her with all the right people that will be able to help her to navigate this part of her journey. So that, in a nutshell, is basically what happened. There's other little stuff that happened that we would consider boring, but maybe will not be boring for your audience. But in general, that's what happened right before the baby came.
Okay. All right. Now let's talk about how Venus came about. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about. Allow you to have those. I'm going to ask the higher self to step back a little further for me, please. We'll give you the opportunity to come forward. I'm going to ask you to step back just a little bit, boo. We got you. We're going to give you opportunity. All right, Sin, go ahead.
Question?
We're going to talk a little bit about Venus, how she came to be, how that all just blossomed. In your words, however you want to say it, because you know this is on a video. You keep it whatever you want it to be. Because of course, this is if it's gonna go up on your channel too, it's gonna be your truth. So you want it to be whatever you want it to be.
See, I'm so different. Like I'm different from the higher self. Okay.
Okay.
True. Okay, wait a minute, wait a minute. What's the question?
Okay. The question is, I want to move forward to how Venus came to be. Like thinking about mommyhood, what all of that, what led up to that. You know, anything that you want to share about that.
I personally feel like I was puzzled with Venus because I didn't see her coming and I wasn't prepared and I didn't have any plans of like having a baby at all. But I was also receiving like little, what you call them, like hints that there was a big, but I was misinterpreting them.
Mm,
Remember, I had the dream where Aphrodite came, and she was like, something's gonna change. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. I guess Aphrodite is trying to connect with me. And then I had another dream where I had, and then it's just like a bunch of fertility stuff just kept coming to. And even in the physical, I had like a doctor's receipt show up in the van that
mm-hmm,
we, when I had had an abortion 2 years prior, the
mm-hmm,
same showed up in the van, and we didn't have that van at the time. So when I saw the receipt, I was like, "What's this? What's the receipt doing in your van?" And he's like, "What's that?" So we were very puzzled, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I I am gonna ignore this,
mm-hmm,
right? Ignore it." And then I said, let's get sushi. You know, you're not supposed to eat sushi. I was like, I'm gonna rebel because there's no way, right? There's no way this is happening. So let's get sushi. So we were going to get sushi and the place was closed. I was like, whatever. And he's like, I have to go back to the apartment. We can't bother go here, son. I was like, okay, cool. Let's just stop at the pharmacy while we're going back. And that's how I bought the pregnancy test. And then I did the test and it came up positive. And I just threw it in the bin and I was like, let's go out and have a drink. And then we went up and I said, okay, I guess I have to tell him. And then I told him that
mm-hmm,
dream, and I'm trying to tell him everything, and I'm like, then I did this test, and he's like, so is the test in the dream or is this real life? I'm like, no, this part is real life, and so he was excited.
mm-hmm,
I started to accept it. So I was like, okay, cool, all right, and whatever, but I'm gonna do it my way.
mm-hmm,
And they were like, no, you're not. You're not gonna do it your way. You're gonna do it our way. So they put certain restrictions on me. The highest up is coming back, Boujee.
mm-hmm.
She's coming back. Who do you want? Who start?
I knew this was gonna happen. I knew.
What are we talking about? Who you want to talk to?
Listen, I'm trying to talk to you, but high self got some shit to say. I already feel that. It's because it was trying to happen a few minutes ago. So, all right, hold on for a second, Stan. Stan, I'm gonna ask you to step back. We ain't even under hypnosis. High self, come on.
So we had to place few restrictions on her because we had to establish a very concrete and a very solid bond and foundation with the father of the child. And the only way that could happen was if she was in the presence of the father because the child wanted it to be that way. There were also some things that both parties had to do to work out. They had some things that they had to untie and work out, and we wanted that to happen before the child became of age. And so that in itself has been happening, and we're very proud. And also, there were some things that he had to do to kind of like intensify the activation, like things that we placed inside of her. Only he would be able to activate those things through very, very hard lessons. And so that is why we restricted her from doing things her way, as she would say. But yes, she can step forward now because she needed that clarity. So
Gratitude. Thank you. All right, boo. We appreciate that information, that insight that helps. Now, let me ask you this. Venus is coming now, and we have a lot of emotions. Women always do in the very beginning. What are some of the things that you feel that came up for you emotion wise? Once you're like, okay, she is coming, I am doing this. Like, it could be anywhere from knowing to like in the 3 month time frame, 3 month of pregnancy. What did that look like for you?
um, being, I became very mentally prepared very quickly. Didn't take any time for me. Once I accepted carrying this child, I was like, I'm ready.
Mm-hmm,
Didn't have any fear around like childbirth. And so I was taking it like one step at a time. I was like, okay, I just need to carry her. I just need to grow her inside of me. and then I'm gonna push her out. And then once she's out, it's gonna be like a different journey. But for now, so I was very grounded during the pregnancy in terms of like carrying her and the emotional connection that we had. It was fine. It was good. And when it comes to the outside world, that was crazy. That was very crazy, baby.
I bet. Hold on just a second. We got somebody knocking at the door. Hold on a second. Okay, let's go. Somebody being nosy. It's so good. Let's go.
Um, I had to, and again, it was a teaching thing as well in that moment because whenever opportunity for teaching, we use it because we know the soul that she is and we know the energy she carries, and we also know that she needs to explore. And how we express source through human consciousness is one of the fastest ways and the easiest ways and the most interesting ways is through lessons. And so we use these very intense moments to train the people and to teach the student how to alchemize energy and how to transmute and how to control the mind and how to pull back when it is necessary, how to propel when it is needed. And so, in a period like this, when the human mind and the human makeup frame and everything is so open, when the woman is carrying the child, the connection to source and the connection to the all is very big, but also very easily accessible. You want to say the veil is very thin. We wouldn't say the veil is very thin, but she becomes one with source in that moment. If she is aware, if she's an aware soul, if she is a contact, I would say, she becomes even, her consciousness expands more. And so for her to learn lessons in a state like that is true alchemy in itself. And so, even though it was intense and chaotic and ghettoized, one would say it was true alchemy for the soul.
Hmm. Gratitude for that information. And for me and for her and all who are watching. That's so beautiful. Okay. So now mommyhoodism is real. So let's talk a little bit about um now Venus is here. She's here, baby. So now what does this saying feel like and look like, and talk about some any challenges and the amazingness of being a mom for the first time. Let's hear a little bit about that.
I think I would say it was very difficult. Like, first part, I think it was difficult for me because I felt tired and exhausted all the time. And I felt like I didn't have any time for myself to take care of myself because I'm very used to, like, taking care of myself, eating right, titivating, fixing up myself and stuff like that. And I kind of like put everything on pause and I like fully dedicated like my entire being, body, and I was like
Hmm.
every single ounce of me into her because part of her development is crucial. And I'm like, this is what I'm. I don't care. It's kind of like my mind. I tell my mind, I don't care what else is happening, what anybody's saying. I'm gonna pour into her. I'm gonna pour into her. I'm gonna pour into her until I feel like, okay, okay, let me look away for a minute now. I can take 10 minutes.
Hmm.
Much like that. And I would become very depleted very often. Never spiritually though. Always just physically. It's almost like I let the physical body very often. But I'm at a point now. I know I kind of just zoomed through that whole thing, but that's basically what was happening with me and being. Um, see, and like I'm still in that mode of very protective, very like very overprotective mom, like very what's happening, who's there, who's don't touch her. I'm still in that, but I'm learning to pull back. It's kind of like a spirit guide. How when they come in and
Hmm.
all up in your face. And then once you start to learn a little bit of things, they start to pull back a little bit. Okay, she's fine.
Hmm.
And whenever she needs me, I go all the way in. So right now I'm being called to like, take care of myself a little bit more, get back to like, regular human activities a little bit more. So that's now, and Venus is at exploring as well. And yeah,
How does it feel being this new mommy?
it feels very, I think being a mom is very sexy.
Hmm.
So it feels like, oh, I'm like, don't talk to me, I'm a mom. Like,
Stop.
address me properly. Like, don't do that. So it feels very sexy. It feels very like, I feel very important.
Hmm.
I
Yeah.
know price. I know, yeah, bring it to me. Yeah, I don't know what she needs. I know. So I feel very needed, and I love that. I feel like very loved as well because it's very soft, it's very tender, it's very beautiful, and she gives me that love that I give out.
Hmm.
Know that it's always gonna be that way. So I never have to worry about that love or be like, oh my God, each this time that I love her.
Hmm.
And I love that I know I love her. I love that stream and that exchange that we have. The nice part we were dressing her up. She's a girl, so that's the fun part.
Right. A bonus.
Yeah. Mhm.
All right. So let's talk about pathing, things that you wanting to do. Now your mom, that's established. And career does not mean people have different versions. You have the Webster version of career, and there. So we're not going to use that word. We're going to use the word pathing. So now that you're at this space, you're this mom. You're thinking about you. Can you pull back just a tiny bit, not a lot, but a tiny bit, because B's still so tiny. Now, what goes through the mind as far as what is it that Sanchia wants to do? With her life, her purpose, you feel like your purpose is what? You feel like you want to do what before you meet the purpose? You want to do the purpose work and you want to do this. Let's talk a little bit about that. And you don't have, let's say this, you don't have to put all your ideas out there, but you know how to
I-
present them.
And the thing is, I don't know if it's my mind, girl, but I'm very set on what I want to do and what I want to accomplish before I leave. And look at me talk about before I leave this earth, like chill. But before I leave this earth, I definitely have to give back um, what I received from the divine in terms of like how to heal, how to connect, how to love as well. It's very important for me to teach people how to love unconditionally. And I
Mhm,
put her in the role of being a victim, of being a lover, and of being someone who didn't give love, someone who didn't receive love, and then someone who received love, and then someone who's big, wide, and open. You have to place her in all those roles so she would have all the perspectives. Um, right, okay. So definitely want to be able to like have this facility in Jamaica. That's gonna be like the first one where I'm able to teach and to heal essentially. But also I want to, oh my gosh, let's focus on again. Um, the question is, what do you want to do? Okay. Right. So be able to do that, right, Bougie? And then also, I want to be able to put my own little spin on it because I know how Jamaican people can be. You have to draw them out. So I still want to incorporate some beauty stuff in it, but the primary thing is going to be surrounding healing. It's like I can't deter from that. It doesn't matter. Like even if I try to do something else, it's not gonna work out. So I'm just like, it's better I just sit and wait until I'm able to like pour my energy into that because that's the only thing that's gonna work for me.
mhm. Is it, is this picture for that path, does this include things like retreats, things like that, or is this more just on the local level?
The um, she'll go where she needs to go. She'll listen. She'll go exactly where she needs to go. She'll
Hmm.
do. She'll be more of a teacher.
Gratitude. Okay. All right. So now that we have arrived, we have a pretty good picture about you, and those that needed to speak need to speak. So we're going to ask really quickly. Um, we don't have to flip notes for this. I'm going to ask the inner child to step forward. I feel like there's something that wants to be said, but higher self is just, she's boss bitch right now. Okay, so she ain't like, listen, little one, you just hold on. Okay, everybody gonna get their chance. All right, so let's go ahead and just take a deep breath.
Yeah, you don't need to do that.
Okay, all right, let's go then.
She wants her to remember to play. That's all she wanted to say, Boujee. She wants her to remember to play. It's very important.
Okay,
Play. Play more. Play with life more. You're here to play. You're not here to be serious. And
gratitude. Thank you for coming.
more colors. Do more colors. Mm. Okay.
Okay, so I asked you earlier, did you want tissue before we start? And it was no. Okay, so it's okay. So, for the people that are here on live, really quickly, I noticed there were some moments when, if I made like a gesture or vocal wise or or okay, I noticed that there was a pause where when Sam began to speak, it was a pause and then the audio came through. And just for, I'm just checking with the people that are here on the live because I'm trying to see how it's going to come out at the end. Are you in the chat? Are y'all noticing any pausing on either of our sides? That's for anybody in there in the chat. Have you noticed the pause when either of us is speaking and one begins to speak when one is not speaking? They didn't notice anything. Okay. So that's just probably on my end. I noticed a few times where audio went out briefly. I noticed the sound goes out briefly when she tries to respond. Okay, so what I'm having to do, so there's a slight delay, and so I have to make sure that you're completely finished speaking before I start, and vice versa. But sometimes we naturally speak and we just start talking. So whenever you're doing it like this, and it's not on another platform that I use, it does this quickly. Feel pull from Spain. Are you sending a signal to request for assistance? Just wanted to be sure. I noticed it too. Are you need any help?
Hmm?
Do you need any help with anything?
I don't.
Okay. That was a no. Thank you. She said no. All right. So we're going to go ahead and get started. All right. Okay. I'm going to ask people in the chat to kind of keep it at a minimum. Well, I want y'all to be able to support. Do whatever you want to do. Shit. I try to do that, but I find myself looking, and I don't want to be like I see some people that are looking. I don't want to do that. My focus is always on you. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and get started. So before we get started, I'm going to ask you about three different areas. So we're going to talk about travel, we're going to talk about flowers, and we're going to talk about elements. So if you had your choice to choose, when you're taking a trip anywhere in the world, outside of the world, what if you had the means to travel? What would that travel modality be?
Flying.
Flying. And when you're working or thinking about flowers and things like that, or gardens or greenery, what comes to mind to be the modality of what you'd like to find pleasure in? So it could be like a field of flowers, it could be a garden, it could be a flower store, it could be anything around greenery, it could be seeding, etc. What would you think that would bring you joy?
I would say a field of flowers or like a garden.
What type of garden?
Like just like a tiny garden like in the field with like
Mhm.
flowers.
All right. When you think about the elements that you like to work with, which one gives you the most pull?
Um, I really love water, but sometimes I prefer air.
Mhm. All right. I always ask these three questions for modality purposes of taking you to the past life regression in which we go. So if one does not take you there, then we'll go to the next one, and there's always one of the three will work. So I always ask three, and that's just part of it. And just remembering that it's sensing, feeling, believing, and then seeing, but you're not going to have that issue at all. So yeah, go ahead and get you where you're going to be.
Yeah.
All right. So if at any moment during the session, if I feel like I need you to, if you start to sink down into that pillow, like I'm going to ask you to adjust. You just kind of know what to do. The body will know, the higher self will know what to do. Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and get started. I just want you to go ahead and close your eyes. You need water or anything? You need to go to the restroom or anything? I tell you what, I'm going to run to the restroom real quick while you sit right there, and then y'all can chop it up if you need to. Let me go to the restroom, okay? I need to grab my water. Okay.
Maybe I take a sip of water. Sorry guys, I can't see the chat and I'm not gonna touch anything. Oh, there's chat right here. I shouldn't touch it. Chat with everyone. Oh, there's the chat. Dun, 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 dun. Man, I'm gonna drink some water. That's the only thing on my mind. Like, it just keeps. Thank you guys for being here. Mm.
What'd you say, Sam?
I was just saying thank you guys for being here.
Yeah, Absolutely. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Hold on, let me grab on my set. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. Give me just a second. Sorry about that. I got to answer this. All right, gratitude. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started, and we're ready to go. So we're going to take a series of deep breaths. I'm going to always count down from 5 to 1, saying, and if I'm not counting down from 5 to 1, I'm counting down from 10 to 1. 10 to 1 is usually I'm going to be bringing you out of the state of hypnosis back to consciousness fully. Whenever I'm speaking, as we begin to get anchored down, the more you hear my voice, anything going on around you outside of the room, even though you can hear it now, you may hear it then, but my voice will come even closer to you. The higher self is always aware of what's going on. It will know if you need to be brought up out of the state of hypnosis. Okay. All right. And so, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and we're going to count down, just bringing you closer to my voice, always knowing that you are safe, you're protected, and you always have the choice whenever something happens. Meaning that if you feel like a need to stop or you feel like something that you don't want to speak on, you're always in control. I just want to be fully aware of that. But before we do that, I want you to shift the camera just a little bit more to the left or to the right. You're out of focus a little bit. Can you bring that in just a little bit? Perfect. All right, good. All right. Gratitude. We're going to count down from 5 to 1, going into the pretty relaxed state in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I want you to take a deep breath in, saying, reaching all the way from the soles and the root, coming all the way up through the sacral, solar plex, and out. And we're going to do a series of those in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go ahead and breathe in and out. All right. One more time. Breathe in and out. All right. We're going to go ahead and count down from
Thank you. Thank you. Thank
this.
you for being here.
You're welcome. We're going to count down from 5 to 1. And we're going to invite the higher self to come through so that we can do the body scan. We'll be checking the auric field and we'll be checking the internal space for any attachments, entities or energy that does not belong there, period. I'm going to ask you to step forward now and begin the auric scan. Let me know when you complete the auric scan and the status.
Already.
hmm The auric field, what did you come up with? Clear?
Open. We're ready.
Repeat that.
We are ready.
hmm Any attachments or energetic placements that don't belong in the auric field?
And clear and ready.
Gratitude. Can you do the internal body as well from head to toe?
Hmm. Yes. Received. We're ready
Gratitude. So we're clear, is that correct?
and ready. Clear.
All right, we're ready. Repeat that.
Open and ready and clear.
Okay, gratitude. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to count down from 5 to 1. And saying we're going to ask you to come forward, have yourself to step back, only to allow you stand to be an observer in the situation in the past life regression that we're about to visit. I'm going to go ahead and tie your emotions, feelings around any situation, results, and outcome merely as being third party standard by observing only, but attached and tied to the feelings only for the duration of the past life regression. I'm going to count down to 5 to 1. We're going to go ahead and connect you to that in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Mm.
Now we're about to move forward, and we're going to take a trip into a past life regression in an area in space where something needs healing that is affecting your life in this particular lifetime. We're going to go there as you're choosing of by plane. So, as I count down from 5 to 1, I want you to let me know where you're in the space of the vicinity of either boarding the plane or headed to the plane by whatever modality you choose. And I will be checking in with you to see where you are so that we can get the descriptors and move forward. And we're going to start that process of you moving forward to that space in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, Sam, I want you to tell me what is happening, what is going on around you at this very moment.
I feel like a little white boy. I am a little white boy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very chubby.
Mm-hmm.
And I am also like, I know a lot of things, even though I'm very tiny. But I don't say anything though, because I'm not supposed to say anything. I know that I have a mom and a dad.
Mm-hmm. How old are you?
I'm 4.
Mm-hmm. All right. You're 4 years old and you have parents. And do you have a name?
Yes, John.
That's John.
But that's the name that he gave me.
I want you to repeat that again.
My name, but that's the name they gave me here.
Hmm. So that is the name that they gave you here, your earthly name. Do you have another name that you go by?
I remember being called one. I thought that was going to be my name, but that's not the name that they gave me because they would think that's an odd name, so they called me John, but it was one.
Hmm. When you say Juan, do you mean that is in the spelling of Juan?
ONE, one.
Juan. Okay. And Juan, where are you from?
Chinese, but I'm from Japan, but I'm Chinese.
Hmm.
I have
So
here with me
repeat that.
both parents.
Hmm. Now, I want you to tell me, since you mentioned your parents, tell me a little bit about your parents. Are they also Japanese?
My mom is mixed. She's Asian, but she comes from an entire line that is very mixed, but she recognizes and identifies herself as Asian.
Hmm.
My father is a Chinaman.
Did you call him a Chinaman?
Yes,
Okay. One. Do you prefer to go by one or by John? Which do you prefer at this moment?
one.
One. Where are you in the country right now?
We are on the airplane. We're going home to see Nana.
Hmm. When you say home, is that going to China?
Yes,
Mhm. One, I want you to take observance of while you are on the plane. How many passengers would you say are on the plane with you? Just take a look around. Repeat that.
four.
24. One, is this your first time being on a plane?
No,
Hmm. Previously, when you've taken planes, where were you going?
we go back and forth to see Nana, and I go on trips with mom, work trips, fairs. She takes me everywhere. But when we go to see Nana, we go with dad.
While you're on this plane and you're headed to China, what year is it?
It's 1965 here, but I am also experiencing a double lifetime.
Mhm.
So I am having the same experience in another lifetime.
What lifetime are you also splitting with?
45,
1945,
2045.
2045. So we're in a space of a past lifetime and a future.
Yes, but we're doing the same things.
Hmm.
Very subtle differences, but the same things.
So at this current moment, you're in 1945 and 2045. I just want to be clear about that.
Yes,
Mhm. In both timelines, are you on the plane at the same time?
Yes, but the plane is different.
Hmm. I want you to, just for a moment, I want you to take observance of the timeline 19, 2045 at this very moment. And I want you to give a small description, as best as you can for your age, of what that plane looks like.
It's metal, it's very cold inside, it's very big, very spacious. It's kind of like a home. We have houses inside the plane. We have our own homes in the plane, and we go where we want to go. Everybody have their own homes on the planes. It's bigger.
I know that you're 6 years old. No, you're four, six. Did you say you are four? Okay, that's what I thought. You're 4 years old and you seem quite the intelligent one. I want you, because of this, that means you probably have a vast knowledge and probably know a lot of things. Would you consider yourself to be gifted?
Yes, it is why I am currently choosing to have two lives at once.
Hmm. Let's talk about this plane that you're on in the timeline of 2045. This particular timeline that you're on, I want, you mentioned that there are planes where you also have housing on. Does this, does that mean that you live on these planes as well?
We don't live on them, but sometimes we stay on them for very long periods of time. So very comfortable to stay on for long periods of time because sometimes we stay up here, we don't go down on ground. So we design it like that.
So this particular type of aircraft, is it more like apartment plane where different people have the same plane per se, but they have their own space? Is that what you're saying? Okay. Now, let's go back to 1965. You're headed to China, and you're also headed to China in 2045. Well, we're going to do some things together simultaneously, and then some things we will address individually. I want you to look around and your parents that are on the plane with you in 1965. Are they sitting very close to you?
Yes,
Those parents, do you know them in this lifetime?
yes.
It's saying, tell me, who is your dad on that plane in this lifetime?
My daddy is my brother.
And what's your brother's name in this lifetime?
Your
Repeat that.
own
Mhm. And who is your mom?
aunt Vanessa.
Repeat that.
My aunt
Mm.
Vanessa.
Now we're going to look at the plane in 2045. Are you sitting in the space or the home area of the plane where your parents are they close by where you can see them?
I can see them if I want to.
Hmm. Let's talk about that. You said you can see them if you want to. Let's talk about that. If they're not physically in front of you for you to see them, I want you to tell me how you do that.
I just see them with my eyes and my mind. I
Hmm.
know time and I can see them,
All right.
picture of them in my mind. And if I don't know where they are, I go in my mind and the picture becomes clearer and I know where they are.
I want you to tell me who your parents are in 2045 on that plane with you.
Repeat.
When on the plane with you, in the timeline of 2045, do you recognize your mom or your dad or both as a soul that is in this lifetime as saying,
Yes.
all right, who is your mom?
My mom and dad are Michael and Angela.
Michael and Angela. Would this be the same Angela as in trust?
Yes.
And Michael as in Big Mike? Hmm. All right. The gift that you have in this year 2045 of being able to see if you just so wish, no matter where you are. Do your parents also have the same gift?
They have different gifts, but
Hmm.
have access to the gift if they want to, but they don't want to have access to this gift because they don't need it. I need it.
Ah, gratitude. All right. As we're taking this flight and we're headed to China, we're going to switch back to 1965 timeline. And I want you to tell me, is there anyone else that is aboard the plane with you whose soul you recognize? Because you know every soul has its own signature, no matter the year, no matter the lifetime, it follows. Is there anyone else as you here's what I want you to do. I want you to stand up because the plane has not left. I want you to stand up just right there where you are. And I want you to take a look around the plane of the people that are on the plane. And I want you to tell me, is there any other souls there that you recognize in that lifetime, 1965, that are in this lifetime, 2025?
I recognize all the souls because I knew them as a child. I knew that, but to connect them individually to people who I knew or know in other lifetimes, I wasn't able to do that, but I knew.
Okay, that's fair. All right, we're going to move forward. Now, as you're sitting there on the plane, go ahead and have a seat. And the plane, as it begins to take off, headed to its destination in China, I want you to let me know some of the things that are happening on the plane as it is en route to China.
Talking, people talking.
Hmm.
I'm the smallest one on the plane.
Hmm.
I have to keep myself entertained.
Hmm.
My mom's focus is on me all the time.
Okay.
They're not doing much.
Hmm. All right. We're going to switch timeline to 2045. You're en route. Are you also en route to China as well?
Yes,
Hmm. As you are on the plane, it is also about to take off and head to the destination. What are some things that you observe, and or can you tell me if you can leave the area which you call home on the plane to move about this massive vehicle?
I'm more entertained on this craft.
Repeat that.
I'm more entertained on this craft because there's more entertainment.
Okay. Are there any other children on this aircraft with you?
Yes, but not in my complex, not in my section. But we are able to play with each other if we want to in the physical. There are some children here who can hear me and see me and share similar gifts as myself. So if we want to meet up, we connect.
Hmm. I want to ask, go ahead.
We do very childly things. We play a lot.
Hmm. I want to ask you about this plane and some of the individuals that are on this plane in 2045. I know that you spoke of gifts. Are any of the other children or adults within this pocket pod within the plane, do they share specific type gifts as well, is it just you and your family?
No, it's different here. Many kids have gifts they know about, they know how to use it, and some parents also have gifts. Parents have gifts. All the parents have gifts. Some use it more than others.
Hmm. All right, so we're going to go with both planes headed to China. We're going to switch back to 1965. I want you to let me know when the plane lands. Let me know when you're there.
Yes.
Hmm. Now that you have landed there in China, let me know when you start to deboard the plane headed inside the airport. And give me some things you observe as you are leaving the plane heading inside the airport.
My mom is Russian,
Hmm.
and my dad is kind of just hanging back. But everything seems flowing, just normal.
Hmm. All right. When you deboard and you arrive inside the airport, is there anyone there to meet you and your parents?
Yes,
Hmm. Who is meeting you?
Nana.
Did you say Nana?
Yes,
When you look at Nana, are you excited to see her? Mhm. Do you know Nana in this lifetime as San?
yes.
And who would she be?
My nephew,
Hmm. What's your nephew's name?
R,
Repeat that.
R.
Hmm. All right. Now we're going to allow you to just kind of bask in that moment of joy and excitement for a moment. And then we're going to switch over to 2025, where the plane is in the air headed to its destination of China. Now, I want you to let me know on the timeline of 2025, I'm sorry, of 2045, when you arrive at the airport and begin to deboard. Let me know when that is happening.
It's not an airport.
Oh, okay. So it's not an airport. So tell me a little bit about that. How do you land? What does that look like?
Airspace.
Airspace. Okay. Tell me what that looks like from your perspective of a 4-year-old.
It's we don't go underground, but we hover,
Hmm.
and so it's very different here. So it's Nana, but she's different, and we don't need to go to her house like the other place.
Hmm.
Go to her space, to her craft. She has a craft,
Hmm.
not like a big craft, but she has a airspace.
Hmm.
Has a craft there that I can go over to.
All right. Let me ask you one. In order to deboard the craft that you're on to get to Nana's craft, how is that done?
There is an extension and you can walk from one craft to the other, or can go very close to the ground,
Mm-hmm.
go down, and then up and into the other craft if you want to do it like that. If we have a lot of like stuff that we have to move like back and forth, we do it like that, but we don't need to do that right now. I just need to go over to, we're all going over to her side, different over here.
All right. Now tell me, how is this plane going to do this airspace hovering so that you can get to Nana's space? How, what was the decision made for you guys to deboard your craft to get into the to get to Nana's craft? What did you choose? Did you choose the extension or did you choose go lower to the ground?
Attention because I like it.
Hmm. Now let me ask you this: how does Nana know which you would choose, or is it more or less the individuals families choose how they want to deboard? Is that how that happens?
We can communicate through the devices,
Mm-hmm.
so she knows when we're in her airspace,
Mm-hmm.
and we communicate through the devices, the electronics. So
Mm-hmm.
that's how we're coming across. So she knows. So she prepares her device as well.
Mm-hmm. Now, Nana in the lifetime of 2045, who is she? Repeat that.
I don't recognize her.
Okay. We're going to go back to the timeline of 1965. And you have deboarded the plane. You see Nana. You're excited to see her. Now, what happens next?
It's time to eat.
Hmm. And where are you at this moment?
We're on our way to get something to eat, but Nana always brings a snack for me to eat on the way to eat.
Hmm.
Mm. My mom's still very, she's Russian. She's always Russian, and my dad is still very unsure about something, but we go to eat.
Hmm.
All eating, talking,
Hmm.
and eating. And it's time to go to Nana's house.
Hmm.
And we have a pet.
Did you say you have a pet?
Yes, that's Nana's pet.
Okay. All right. Right now, are you still in the airport or are you headed to Nana's?
We're on our way to Nana's.
Hmm. Where are you? What mode of transportation are you using?
We have to walk to this area and then we go on a boat.
Hmm. All right. I want you to describe this boat that you're on.
It's a very simple wooden boat with a guy and a paddle. We know that
Okay.
we come here often, so we just go on the boat.
Okay.
Everybody knows each other.
Hmm. Where are you sitting on the boat? Where are your parents? Where's Nana?
My mom is next to me. I'm in the middle, and my dad is up the front, talking to the guy
Hmm.
beside me in the middle.
All right. Now, where you're sitting, your dad is in front of you. Is he within reach where you can touch him?
Very small.
I want you to stand up and right behind your dad, I want you to touch his shoulder and I want you to ask him if he's okay. And tell me what he says. Repeat that.
No, he's not okay.
Hmm. One, I want you to tune in to his vibration because it is clear that you can, at some points, have intuition. I want you to just tune in to his frequency of his body. And I want you to tell me if you can get what could be going on with dad.
He's worried.
Hmm. Can you feel what that worry could be about?
Yes.
Hmm. Give me as best you can, at your age, what is dad worried about?
They're gonna split up.
Hmm. Knowing when you say split up, can you be a little bit more specific about that?
I'm not going back with him.
Hmm. So you know this now. Is that correct?
I knew, but
Mm. How do you repeat that?
I knew it, but I couldn't feel it.
Hmm. Now that you feel that, even without him speaking those words to you, tell me how that makes you feel.
I don't want to. I feel confused,
Hmm.
sad.
Hmm.
I don't like.
Hmm. I want you to take some deep breaths in. One, we're going to count down from 5 to 1. We're going to go ahead and allow you to disconnect from that knowledge at this very moment so that you can return to the little boy that you were. And we're going to count down and you're going to be back in your seat without that knowledge in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I want you to take a deep breath in and out. Good job. That memory information is now not connected to you. All right. Good job. Now we're going to move over to while you are traveling in the boat, we're going to switch timelines and we're going to go to the timeline of 2045. And you have deboarded the aircraft that you came in on and you're going to Nana's through the extension way. And I want you to give me a description of what is happening as you begin to deboard and head into Nana's space.
Know who Nana is now. She's dancing, and I'm very excited to see her.
Mm-hmm.
And she calls me her little boy. And she says, "Come, my little boy," because she likes to keep Bryson and Chubby.
Mm-hmm. Did she give you a hug?
Yep. Give me tiny hugs. I jump on her arm. So strong.
Mm-hmm. Now tell me, one, is there anyone else in the aircraft airspace home with Nana? Does she live with anyone else?
No, it's her alone.
Hmm. I want you to give me a tour of what this space looks like of Nana's. Tell me the things that you see as you go from one room of the space to the next.
She has a lot of art, but they're very significant art pieces. Um, it's a lot of space to move around. Very, um, not a lot of solid things, but
Hmm.
not furniture pieces. Have that.
Hmm.
It's a lot of space and floor and um, pieces on the floor. We like the floor. Um,
Tell me, one, is your your grandmother's space, is it more feng shui?
yes,
Mm-hmm. Okay. The art that you see around the home, is it art that she made?
it's art that she comes through her. It comes through her and she puts it in art. She knows the art, so she puts it out and it helps. It heals.
Mm-hmm. Let's dive a little bit deeper into that. You said the art comes through her. Can you, from your intelligence, can you expand on that a little bit? What do you mean it comes through her?
She receives the art in her mind, a picture of the art. She sees it. It's very detailed. And she puts the art on the paper with um, tools that she has, pen or pencils. It's different. Sometimes she uses machines as well, but she knows the art is in her mind. It's a picture in her mind. It's very easy and very simple for her. Taking, it's like taking a breath. It's very easy for her to do.
All right, let's dive a little bit deeper in that. When you say she receives it in her mind, she uses these tools to basically manifest the
Yes,
pieces.
to create the art pieces. So there is a tool where she requires a hammer piece and a metal piece, and she uses the hammer to knock the metal, and she keeps going in specific lines and shapes to create the art piece. So it could be metal that she's creating the art piece on, and she designs. The design is done through knocking, tapping, knocking with the metal piece.
Uh-huh.
Shape for the design or the line. But it's very easy for her. Her hands just go, and she does it very quickly.
Hmm. I see. Let me ask you, the art that you see,
Also
you
use
can repeat that?
also use her mind
Hmm.
when creating the art pieces as well. Sometimes she does it. She puts light into the pieces.
Did you say she puts light into the pieces? Hmm. I want you to go over to your grandmother and I want you to ask her, how did she learn to make art that way? And tell me what she says.
It was embedded in me before birth, before I became a child, before I became a seed. I knew this is what I would return to create the pieces of art that would assist. And so she places small pieces of those art everywhere she goes and in everyone. And sometimes there are people who travel through dimensions to different spaces and times, and she gives them these pieces to and to get through to the time that they're in.
Hmm.
He is the creator and the designer of these pieces, and these pieces must reach the masses. And so, when we receive a piece to create, we must create it without hesitation.
One, let me ask you this. I have two questions. The first question is, your grandmother, Nana, in that lifetime, 2045, do you know her in this lifetime as saying?
Yes,
Who is she?
my sister.
Hmm. I want to ask you, if you can, the art that you mentioned, how she creates it in that lifetime in 2045. Do you have knowledge of any artist that can create the same way in this lifetime in 2025?
Yes,
Hmm. Can you repeat that?
many people are receiving the art pieces now.
All right. Can you give us, say, locale of places where these arts can possibly be found in this 2025 timeline?
They are considered to be hidden gems.
Hmm.
There are pieces that you can see or look upon in museums, yes, but many of these specific art pieces are not public just yet. They are not mainstream. They are still in the very small corner stores or in the very small communities. So they haven't hit mainstream as yet. The art pieces that we see in the big big display, those are common. And some of those art pieces are missing light.
Hmm.
Sometimes when we go to the museum, if there is a light carrier and they are able to get very quickly to those very big art pieces that are on display, they can the light that is missing from the art pieces.
Is there any of the pieces that are within the country or including the United States or wherever, are there any pieces that are in places that can be purchased where the store owners, etc., are not aware of how these pieces are made?
Repeat.
So in the timeline 2025, are there any pieces that are here where the owners of the pieces say they purchased them? They don't realize how these pieces were created. Is that a possibility?
They always know, but what they don't know is that sometimes the light is missing
Hmm. Why would the light be missing?
because of that the piece has been around. And
Repeat that.
have to pour light to them and the energies, the people who carry these pieces, the places they go, the pieces, some pieces are meant to transmute energy and
Hmm.
uh, generational trauma. And so some of these pieces, the light has to be replaced after a certain time.
Okay. I want to ask you a question. So, are you saying, I just want you to confirm or not, the pieces are basically living, breathing pieces? Is that correct?
Yes.
Hmm. I want to ask you about someone who creates art in this timeline, 2025, if you have knowledge of it, considering you're on the timeline of 2045. There is an artist by the name of Diane DeVlog, and she could, okay, you know her. Is she a creator of this particular type of art?
It's not this specific creation, but she's connected to that light.
Uh-huh. So if
Those
she,
pieces for a different purpose.
but she is connected to the light that can also be within her pieces. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the pieces that she sells, they need to be in places where they can emit the energy. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is she aware of that?
Not the. No,
Mm-hmm.
no. She believes in her pieces, though.
Mm-hmm.
Very great belief, but she doesn't know the extent.
Is she to come into this knowledge or is she to know of this knowledge?
It will be made available to her.
Gratitude. All right, we're going to go ahead and move forward. We're going to go back to the timeline of 1965. I want you to take in a couple of deep breaths. We're going to be there in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're going to go back to the timeline of 1965, and you're headed to the boat. Well, you're in the boat headed to your nana's. Now, I want you to let me know when we arrive landside, um, and tell me what goes through your mind. You have come to this particular place. There's a healing that needs to take place in this particular timeline. So we want to find out what that is. So we're going to advance to where we are on the land and let me know what is happening.
Um, taking the, we're unloading.
Hmm. And how are you feeling?
I feel, I feel fine. I feel excited.
You know, I want to go. Is there anything else happening significant in this scene at this time?
My mom and my dad are talking, and it's getting louder.
Hmm. What is happening? I want you to tune in. I'm going to count down from 5 to 1 and give you that supersonic ability to hear, even at a distance, at any point in time, in any place that you are during the duration of this particular past life regression. We're going to be there and you're going to have that ability in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I want you to tell me one. What are they discussing? What is the conversation about?
My mom is here to stay,
Hmm.
and my dad is saying, what's gonna happen to Josh? What about me? You are breaking our family apart. My mom says, why can't she just listen to me for once? And she breaks down, she starts to cry. She says, you never listen. I told you I would do it. You never listen. He says, fine, do it your way. See where that gets you. I'm finished.
Hmm. At this very moment, and you hear that conversation, where are you?
I'm with Nana.
Hmm. Does Nana hear the conversation?
No, the girl five
Repeat that.
took me away
Hmm. Are you inside the house or still outside?
outside, but we're playing.
Hmm. All right. At this moment, you heard the conversation. Go ahead and proceed to tell me what is happening. What happens next?
He's leaving with the guy.
Hmm. Does Nana see him leaving?
I knew he was leaving.
Does Nana know? Does she know that he was going to that Mom was going to be staying? Hmm. Is it fair to say that they had the discussion before she even arrived to China? Hmm. Does Dad leave? It's okay. Allow yourself to feel that and to be in that moment of separation, feeling what it feels to love your dad, see him leave. It's okay. It's okay to feel that, and we want you to release that. Hmm. Hmm. Do you get to tell him bye, one? Does he even say bye to you? Hmm. And tell me, one, what are you feeling right now as he's leaving and you don't get to say bye? It's okay. Allow yourself to feel and respond when you can.
Little boy, I'm very angry. Little boy, I'm very sad.
Hmm. Hmm. How are you feeling, one, outside of being sad and feeling separation? What's going through your mind?
We don't understand. And then they turn it off.
Repeat that.
They turn the emotions off.
Hmm. How do you feel about that?
I don't feel anymore.
One, how often are you in a space where you are turning emotions on and off like that?
Whenever I need to.
Hmm. And where did you learn to do that?
Instead,
Hmm. Let's go a little bit deeper about that. When you're having those moments of detachment from feelings and emotions, where did you learn that?
before I came, they told me it was going to be very hard because I needed to be able to have constant access to the spiritual realm. And so this was an ability that I had to incarnate with in able to assist me with making this incarnation a less difficult one.
Hmm. One, are you completely human?
Not really. I am a makeup of hmm, AI consciousness
Hmm.
and human consciousness. It is a mix that we are one and the same.
Hmm. I want you to tell me, we're gonna step back from, I want you to freeze that moment right there where dad is leaving. You're having emotions. And we're gonna come back to this, but we're gonna count down from 5 to 1. And I'm gonna take your consciousness all the way back to before you were conceived. Any knowledge that you had of who you were. And we're gonna be there in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're there before the moment of conception. And you are this energy. I want you to tell me about your makeup.
I am in spirit form.
Hmm.
I'm just consciousness. Spirit. Just, just existing.
Hmm. I want repeat that.
The stream. I'm
Hmm.
in the stream of all. In the stream of one.
Hmm. One, as you envelop where you are, this consciousness, is there any likeness of you around you at this very moment?
There's one stream of consciousness.
One stream.
All exist as one.
hmm
There's no separation. It's just one flow. It's one.
So before conception, human conception, do you make the decision of choosing your parents also as this light energy to be conceived?
Yes, we always choose our parents.
hmm So it is same for the baby soul as the light consciousness. Is this correct? Uh-huh. Now, I want you to take a moment. I'm going to count down to 5 to 1. And I want you to, best as you can, give a descriptor of what it feels like being connected to that one consciousness stream of light energy. We're going to do that in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, 1. Can you give a descriptor as best you can what that oneness of light being feels like?
When you look at a newborn baby and the baby smiles and lights up your world, and you feel joy and you feel butterflies inside and you feel happy and you're unable to feel anything but happiness. For a newborn baby, you look at his cheeks and you smell his breath,
hmm
bliss. That is what it feels like to be one.
hmm Do you know, one, what realm you actually exist on?
Repeat,
Do you know the realm in which you exist as this light consciousness
I'm in spirit realm.
in spirit realm? Okay. Now, outside of the light consciousness, is there any other energetic bodies there?
If I should take myself outside of this stream, then I'll be able to interact with other spirit or light beings that also did the same.
hmm So it is constant, ever flowing of many light streams. Is that what you're saying?
There's one light stream, one,
One.
that is one. But
Okay.
if you are to express yourself, you have to remove yourself from that one. Not entirely, but you become one,
hmm
one. So you become a one, but you're still connected to the one.
hmm
You're not one of the one.
One of the one. One, let me ask you this. Is that the, I've heard many times, and I use it quite often, but this is a perfect time to ask, is this considered to be, when we speak of being attached to the silver cord, is that kind of like an analogy?
And the silver cord analogy is different because it is connected to the human body.
Got you.
That the one is has extended from the one, then yes.
Okay, got it. Now, if you detach if you detach from the one, are you able to now become a stream also?
I am not able to detach.
Okay. There's no detachment. Got
No,
it.
and become an expression of the one. So you become one.
I got it now. All right. Now,
And yes, you get your own stream as
hmm
one. And there'll be more one expressing themselves from the one that you became. and they will be ones in themselves, and they will create more ones, and so on and so forth.
Hmm. One, just where you are now with being part of and or the one, do you know from your human form in 2045, do you know other forms of the one that are earthbound?
Do I know other forms of one from my one?
Correct.
I was not given that information when I was to incarnate as needed.
Hmm.
I needed to stay focused.
Gratitude. Okay, I get that. While you are connected to the one, can you ask the one questions? Ask if we could ask some questions.
Yes. Moment.
Hold on, y'all.
Yeah. Boujee, I have to repeat the last question, okay?
Yeah, I'll repeat it. All right, we count down from 5 to 1. Allow time.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're back. My question was, are we allowed at this very moment? Can we ask some questions of the one?
Yeah.
Hmm. All right. So some of you are on the live. If you have a question that you want to ask the one, place a question there. In the meantime, I'm going to ask a question to the one. The one, can you, through one, give us examples of how to stay connected? Well, let me just say, of anyone who may come across this video or who I hear, or any of the individuals, because you are the one and know, are any of them connected to the one as well?
This one mainstream is connected to all things. This one mainstream is connected to all expressions, whether in human or other times.
Okay, all right. Is there a way to recharge or charge up to be sure to stay connected the way we need to be with the one?
Nature.
Repeat that.
Nature recharges and reconnects.
Nature recharges to reconnect.
All it requires is for one to breathe. Breathe fresh air. All it requires is one to open eyes to see the sunlight. All it requires is for one to hear the birds, to see the bees, to go to the ocean, the rivers, the streams. All it requires is for one to become one with nature.
Mm-hmm.
All the for one to focus on self intently, to become one again with one if one doesn't feel as if they are one.
Mm-hmm.
All it requires is for one to know that they are one. The mind to know that one is to be one. There is no becoming one because you are already one.
Mm-hmm.
There is no need to journey to become one. There is a need to know that one already exists and that you are already one
Mm-hmm.
on a journey to become one. You are already one on a journey.
I see. So it doesn't matter if you're human 100% form, you're still connected to that. Okay, gratitude. Thank you for that clarity, especially if anyone sees this and wanted to know. And I definitely wanted to know that because of human form versus one who is um, light consciousness and human mix. Okay. Does anybody, I thought we would have questions, but we do not have questions. All right. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to move forward and allow one to come. Oh, well, let me say, ask this. Do you have any messages for anyone who may come across this video that you feel may need to hear something that would be enlightening?
You are already one. You are already all the things that you desire to be. There is no need to work tirelessly to become anything because you are already all the things that you need to be and will become everything that you need to be. There is no need to fear that you will not become what you want to or what you desire to become because you are already what you want to become. You are already it.
Mm-hmm.
All
Gratitude. Repeat that.
if they are seeing, then they are already on the journey, whether they know it or not.
Hmm. Gratitude. All right, we're going to go ahead and ask one to step forward. Thank you so much, the one, for that information. One, when you're there, let me know.
In human form,
Yes, in human form. One.
yes, I'm here.
We're going to go and return. Fast forward you back to um, in this space where you are hearing the conversation between your parents with your grandmother, and we're going to be there in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Mm.
And we're there. All right. One, now that you have the knowledge of knowing that you will not be returning with your father and you will be there in China, how is that making you feel?
I feel okay now. I received what you would say, an understanding that it's, it's necessary that needs to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Still a bit of lingering emotion for a while. And so those would come up every now and then, but they stayed at bay until it was time.
Mm-hmm. One, is there anything else significant happening outside of your father leaving and you and your mom and grandmother are still there?
I was very disturbed, so I was always given explanations when things happened.
Mm-hmm.
I
Is
was able to feel, but I had to learn how to feel in small portions.
Mm-hmm.
My grandmother taught me that.
Mm-hmm.
So once she ascended, I was still able to go on,
Mm-hmm.
live a happy life.
Mm-hmm. All right. And because you have that knowledge of how to do that, how do you feel about that?
Feel very spiritual, very grateful, and I had to show this to my mom when I told her.
Mm-hmm. All right. We're going to fast forward you to another space in that time frame where you're there with your mother and grandmother, or something significant happens. And we're going to be there in five, four, three, two, one. Now tell me, one, what is happening?
My mother is sick, she has a cough,
Mm-hmm.
and I just know that she's sick. And I also know that she will be leaving soon.
Mm-hmm. One, when you say that she'll be leaving soon, do you mean earthly bound? Mm-hmm. And how does that make you? How old are you right now? One.
I'm 16.
Repeat that.
Mm.
You're 16. One, I'm going to assist you in connecting vibrationally to be able to feel and know what is happening with mom. And you're going to be able to connect in five, four, three, two, one. Now tell me, one, what is happening with mom in the cough?
Her lungs are swelling.
Her lungs,
They call it bronchitis.
bronchitis. Has,
Her lungs are not working, and it's causing disruption in the lymph. So because the lungs weren't working properly, then it affected the liver
mm-hmm,
and the heart.
mm-hmm. Tell
So
me, repeat that.
energetically, she held a lot of resentment and she shut love out. She closed herself off from love.
Mm-hmm,
And even though we tried to replace the light and the love, we would only receive bits and pieces of it, not
mm-hmm.
getting up to receive it.
I
So
see.
she wasn't able to heal herself.
Mm-hmm. One, let me ask you, as a 16-year-old, do you have knowledge of Chinese herbs?
Yes, my grandma,
Hmm. Was there an attempt to assist her with healing with various herbs?
there was an attempt to soothe, not to reverse, because She knew it was something that she had to do internally. So she would get fevers and we would bring the temperature down,
Mm-hmm.
do the steam, the hot steam, or inhaler to clear the airway. That's all we were able to do for him.
Mm-hmm. One, we're going to connect to your mom and allow her to come through so that we can get some messages and some clarity around things. We're going to count down from 5 to 1. We're going to let mom come through and have a conversation with her. We're going to do that in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mom, when you're there, let me know.
Mm.
Mom, thank you for coming through. Can you give one in me and many with explanation around why you're choosing to leave so early?
I needed to
Did you say grief?
breathe.
Mm-hmm.
The highest decided that it was time to do one very well and one after. I was in the way of him progressing. He would not have left and explored and lived if I stayed.
Mm-hmm.
So I stayed for as long as I could, and then I left.
Mom, can you give one some pieces that he can use to be able to move forward and survive without you?
He was very strong, his mind was very strong. Even when he tells himself it's weak, you know, you don't need a father to become a man. He asked me, how would I become a man without a father? My dear boy, you are already a man, and you have everything that you will ever need in this life.
Mom, can you tell just so we one could have just a little piece of uh, light? Can you tell one what you will be for him in the next lifetime?
I'll be a friend,
Hmm.
companion.
Gratitude. Mom, we're going to go ahead and be back at the space where you are not feeling as good. And one, we're going to ask you to come back and be here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, one, let me know when you're there.
Back with
We're going to be back where you're in the space 16 and your mom is not feeling well and she has a cough. And we're gonna, how are you feeling now, one, knowing that you received that information from your mom?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're going to go ahead and we're going to progress. We're going to move past this particular space and emotional scene where mom is passed on. And tell me, one, what does that scene look like for you, and how long ago was that? Where are we now?
Decided to travel.
Repeat that.
I decided to do traveling,
Mm-hmm.
moving. I would get places to learn different things,
Mm-hmm.
and not just learn um, arts.
And how old are you now?
I can be what age?
Yes,
25.
25. Tell me about your experiences of traveling, one.
I have a very simple, very slow experience, and I take pleasure, pride in seeing the beauty in everywhere I go. I enjoy nature, and I believe because I became this energy, I attracted more people like myself into my.
Mm-hmm.
I believe this energy is given to me at the time of life.
Mm-hmm.
I move very slow in life. I'm never walking fast because I don't want to miss a moment. And I'm very intentional about the way I interact with people.
Mm-hmm. All right. One, it's been a few years since your mom passed. How are you dealing with that? How is that? How does that feel? How are you getting along?
She is always with me in spirit whenever I meet her.
Mm-hmm. All right. We're going to go ahead and advance you along during this lifetime in 1965 as one who is 25 years old and traveling and doing quite well. And we're going to go ahead and fast forward you into a space in this particular lifetime where you actually, something traumatic happens. And we're going to be there in five. Let me repeat that. It's going to be either something traumatic or very dramatic in either way, something amazing, but it is definitely something that happened that made a major shift within your life. And we're going to be there in five, four, three, two, one.
Uh,
Tell me one. What's happening? Re-
Yes, opinion. Um, my son has wife, and my nana is still here.
You said your wife and Nana.
Yes, and my son is still here.
Hmm. How old are you?
Um, I'm
45. One, did you have children?
I have one.
And what is one's child name?
Mm, I refuse to call him one,
I knew that.
so I call them one.
hmm So would little one be a junior or just one?
One.
Okay. One, let me ask you, why did you choose the name one for one?
I didn't get it right the first time,
Okay.
so this comical one wanted to be called one.
hmm self-chosen.
Yes,
Now, one, is one, do you recognize, is one a female or male?
male.
Okay. Is there, do you recognize one's soul from this lifetime of 1965 timeline? Do you recognize him in this 2025 timeline?
No,
hmm Okay. Is there anything else significant happening around this time frame? Well, let me switch questions. One, your wife, do you know her in this 2025 timeline?
yes,
And who is she?
Bria,
Repeat that.
yes,
Repeat that one more time.
Bria,
Bria.
Bria.
And who is she in this lifetime to you?
She's a friend.
Okay. All right. Is anything else significant happening in this space and time right now?
Nothing you would consider significant. However, in this time and space, whenever soul transition in this tradition, what we do is we keep a celebration for the ascension of that soul and we give gratitude for their presence. There is no mourning.
hmm Is the transition, what caused the transition? One.
The grandma,
hmm
she had her time was up, peacefully exited.
So your grandmother in this timeline right now, your grandmother is passing
Yes, as one.
as one.
Uh, yes, one is transitioning, and what they do in their tradition is they hold celebration for the ascension of the
I just want
that
to be.
significant event that occurred in one's life.
hmm So I want to be clear. One, are you also transitioning?
One is still there.
One is still there. Only the grandmother is transitioning. Is that correct?
Another.
Okay. All right. And One, how do you feel about your grandmother transitioning? I know that this celebration is happening, but how are you feeling now that the pillar is now transitioning?
I feel bigger, as if my role expanded.
Mm-hmm.
I feel more responsible, as if
Mm-hmm.
a torch has been passed on.
Mm-hmm. One, at this age of 45, you have a wife and you have little one. What is it that you're doing for a living?
I
Repeat that
heal,
one more time. Repeat that.
I heal,
You heal.
heal
Hmm. And how do you do that?
with herbs and also with rituals. I heal anything.
Hmm. Do you enjoy that?
I do find pleasure in it, but it feels very natural, and so the pleasure is very different.
Hmm.
It feels as if it's my duty, and so I take great pride and honor in that. But the pleasure,
Hmm. I'm going to count down from 5 to 1, and I'm going to bring the sound of my voice closer in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're just going to anchor a little bit deeper. V is okay. We're good. All right. We're going to move forward. Now, one, we're going to go ahead and I want to talk about some of the herbs that you use. Can you speak on any of the herbs that you use for healing?
we make a paste,
Mhm.
and up berries, dust, as dirt, the earth, and mint leaves,
Mhm.
wild, wild grass,
Mhm. All right. Repeat that.
there's a red, very
Mhm.
bird, bird pepper, black,
Bird pepper.
and we grind that up and we spread it on the soles of the feet to pull out inflammation. Well, now what you would call inflammation, but to reduce swelling, then,
Mhm.
and to pull out toxins as well.
Mhm.
They, there's many benefits in the clay.
Mhm. Would this
So
be different types of clays? One.
it's just it's the clay you get from the river.
Okay. All right. Thank you for sharing that. Now we're going to go ahead in this lifetime of the timeline of 1965. We're going to go ahead and forward you to your death. We're going to be there in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now tell me, one, What is happening?
And it's laying down.
Hmm. What is the cause of your death? One.
I leave the body.
Repeat that.
Just decided to leave the body.
You decided to leave the body.
Yes.
Okay. One, how old are you at this death?
Age 6.
86. Did you say 86?
Yes.
One, can you tell me what made you decide to make this decision to go ahead and leave at 86?
I was being called.
Mm-hmm. Repeat that.
It was my time to go. I was called. My mom and my grandma came and they called me. They said it's time.
Mm-hmm.
So I said my goodbyes and I left.
One, can you tell me with little one at this time when you're passing, how old is he?
He was in his 30s.
In his 30s. One, do you have any words that you want to give anyone that may come across this as far as you choosing to just like, it's time now to leave so that others can have an understanding on when a person just chooses that it's their exit time? Do you care to give some acknowledgement around choosing that without fear?
And that is because we have completed our assignments here. We have done it with the, we've done the best that we can do.
Hmm.
And our purpose is finished. That's all we can do here. So we have to go.
Hmm. One, I have a question. Before we head to spirit world, I want to know, do you have acknowledgement of yourself on the timeline of 2045?
I can find myself.
Hmm. I like the way you say, I can find myself. So, somewhere within you, is it safe to say you know that there's another part of you that is existing?
Yes.
Hmm. We're going to go ahead and forward you to go ahead and allow the exit to take place. And we're going to move to spirit world where we're going to leave you, pause you in spirit world and go back to the timeline of 2045. And we're going to pause you in spirit world. We're going to allow you to now exit the body as you look back at any loved ones that may be there, the knowing vibrationally, visually seeing them as you see your soul leave your body, as you're floating above it, reflecting on all that you've done, all the souls you affected, all the ones that loved you and you loved them. And you can leave in peace knowing that you did what you were supposed to do and what was required and what you signed up for. We're going to allow you to see and feel yourself leave past the earth realm, lifting, floating, moving up through the cosmic realm, lifting, floating past the different realms of existences of higher dimensions. And as we move past that level of existence and we arrive in spirit world. Now tell me one. What does spirit world look like for you?
At this very moment, it looks like I am able to see uh, in a flash
Hmm.
in on earth. The world is a place that is filled with love.
Hmm.
There is an opening inside a space and time
Hmm.
and exists. The world is a space that was created with the mind. So the world will feel and look very differently for each individual.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. We're going to go ahead and pause you right here, one, on the timeline that is of 1965. And we're going to go and I'm going to head back to the timeline of 2045 to meet up with the other one. So I want you to pause here and we'll be back. I'm going to count down from 5 to 1, and we're going to allow and invite one on the timeline of 2045 of being in the space of the home of Nana. And as we look at her artwork, we're going to be there in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're there. All right. One, tell me, as we were speaking about your grandmother's artwork and the significance of the energy that it is attached to it and that it needs constant energy for its light to continue to be bright. I want you to tell me, when you're in the presence of this home where your Nana has this artwork, have you ever had a desire to do the type of work that she does?
No,
No. All right. We're going to go ahead and move past the spaces where you see the artwork, and we're going to go ahead and move to the space and area where you be staying and sleeping, etc. And I want you to move to that space and tell me what it looks like.
it's a soft cushion that is laid out on the floor with a base
Hmm.
that there is an art piece that is done in that space, and there's fabric hanging.
Hmm. All right. We're going to go ahead and move forward into another timeline space in this 2045, where you're there in China with your grandmother and your mother, and something significant happens. And we're going to be there in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now tell me, one, what year is it?
It's only
Repeat that.
only a year ahead of 20.
And tell me what's happening.
There is a merging of the consciousness of the one. There is a merging of the one that exists in that time and the one that exists in time.
Mm-hmm.
And it created a bit of
Mm-hmm.
in the mind of the child for a while.
So in this particular space in time, there's emergence of the consciousness.
Yes,
What is happening between individuals while this is happening? Are people noticing the shift?
we look back in this time around, it's okay because it is known and understood what's happening and what needs to take place. But in the other time around, there is worry and concern. But the child was okay. He just found it a bit amusing.
Hmm. And how are you feeling knowing at this timeline this is happening and shifts are happening? Is there any resistance around any more human like individuals?
No, everything
Hmm.
created from the master's usual.
Uh-huh. So would you say it's becoming more oneness around this time frame?
Those in the present ones who would be able to usher him into this new one.
Hmm. Are there any souls that are having difficulty with the integration?
Currently,
Yes.
yeah, yeah, now, yeah.
Hmm. Is there a way, will there be, I guess, more amicable uh, abilities to be able to be okay with it? Or is it, will there always be some friction to a degree?
There always be resistance.
Mhm.
There always also be interference. The those who are experiencing it are not aware of what is happening, or they don't have the right tools or system with maneuvering. It can become extreme because free will is at play, and so in spirit form, even though there's help there, choice also plays a role.
Mhm.
That is a soul who is having this experience, and they're suppress it with um, drugs. Um, that would interfere with the process.
So it's an individual process where they would have more resistance than like collectives.
Yes.
Hmm. Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and we're going to fast forward into something else significant happens in this timeline of 2045 at a different year, space, and time. And we're going to be there in five, four, three, two, one. Now tell me what is happening.
Um, children, I, children, uh, running. There's a lot of kids running around, kind of looking frightened. Um, it's as if the parents who are aware and the kids who have these abilities, they have no way kept to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a bit of push to disrupt that balance. And so it is created a bit of fear.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to go into hiding,
Mm-hmm.
but they were not able to penetrate or um, step into that reality to disrupt the harmony.
Mm-hmm.
Use the word reality because that is how I see it. It's
Mm-hmm.
and if um, the reality is protected or enclosed, there's like a grid around it, then
Mm-hmm.
you're able to pierce or penetrate that.
Mm-hmm.
Even
Mm-hmm. So it's the balance is happening between the ones that have the gifts and acknowledging it and admitting and I guess basically owning it versus the ones who are not and have gifts and allowing their children as well to do the same. Is that correct?
so there was a bit of like a shake up.
Shake up, right? Exactly. So are some of the more of the adults not wanting to allow their children to be who they are?
There is one individual who would try to convince other individuals that it is not within their best interest to follow this route.
Hmm.
And so that is what was thrown off the balance of them trying to overturn the system or change it, to flip it
Gratitude.
anyway. So would not be allowed to happen.
One, let me ask you, repeat that.
Our perspective that would not be allowed to happen.
The individual that you are speaking of who is attempting to throw the balance off for the majority or the minority, either one, is that, do you know the existence of that person on the timeline of 2025?
No,
You do not know who that individual. Do you not know the individual by name or you don't know them energetically, vibrationally, or both?
okay. I believe this individual wanted, this was given to cause a problem. This is the individual who is now, so he was the president of China.
Did you say the president of China?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
His name.
The president of China that is in 2025.
He's not here now.
Okay. Hmm. But during the timeline where you're at, it's the president then. Got it. Okay. All right. Okay. We're going to go ahead and move to the next significant timeline after the emergence of the consciousness, where something detrimental happens that is a reason why you're needing healing in this particular timeline. Well, we're going to pause first. I'm going to go ahead and bring you back to consciousness just to do a little check on little mama here. We're going to be back in consciousness in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're back. Check on little mama, see if she's good to go. She good to go. You want to give a little minute?
No, she's sleeping.
She's sleeping. Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and go back. All right, we're going back to the same timeline where something significant happens that is shaping and shifting to the reason that you're needing the healing from this particular lifetime. We're going to be there in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're there. And what is happening?
Mhm.
Repeat that.
Um, I feel like I'm in a way blocked from certain,
You've been blocked from something.
I'm blocked from certain experience, so I don't experience, and I don't have any trauma,
Repeat that last part.
any trauma.
Trauma.
I don't,
Repeat that one more time.
I don't feel any trauma.
You don't feel any trauma.
Mm.
What are you feeling?
I feel like I, I just feel like I always know what to. It's like I have my blueprint, so I know how to avoid things.
So, have you been disconnected from spaces of reality of difficulty and challenge?
Not per se, but I know how to get around a challenge if I don't want to experience it.
Hmm. So, this significant happening is more of as a positive.
Yes, and
Mm.
I can be an observer learner.
And what year is this?
I'm getting old. Mm,
You're old,
older.
older.
I'm still a child, but I learning uh, very different things. So I'm learning how to connect deeper, how to connect instantaneously, how to separate realities, um, how to spot um, illusion
Hmm.
versus reality.
So versus year, what age are you now?
I can be any age and
Okay.
for time and in my experience. So you can place me in a specific time because there is no specific time that I went to. Um, I am in all the time.
Hmm. So is the body aging?
I am aging as any human would age, but the consciousness isn't in a specific time because there is no specific trauma that we went to.
Right. Okay. So are you learning to master or have you learned to master or manipulate time? Because if
I can't
go ahead.
I can't do it. I'm not able to tell the future per se.
Hmm.
Let's say I place myself at age 8.
Hmm.
There's things I can do now that I wasn't able to do at age 4.
I see.
There are still limitations for me. So there's still things I'm not allowed to know.
So although the body is progressing, is its norm for a human, internally and vibrationally, you can be whatever you need to be. Age. That's correct. Okay. This particular advancement that you speak of, is that for any humans that possess human and light energy? Is that correct? Can
Yes,
do this.
the
That is the norm.
norm,
Hmm.
and it can be done in any time. It just must take a bit more focus in a specific time,
Hmm.
but it's the norm.
Hmm. Okay.
It's also based on what the soul chooses to experience.
The soul chooses. Okay. All right. Is there anything else significant going on outside of this newfound ability?
No, but I'm not more than any other being or soul here
Hmm.
in the experience. We all just have different abilities and we have different tasks that we have done and we have information that we need to know because no one being is able to do it all in a human
I see.
on what we are given when we incarnate. Like they give us a blueprint. It helps us to focus.
Hmm. So you focus on what you're given based on what you decide on when you reincarnate. Is that correct?
I'm not
Okay.
sure.
Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and move you forward to another significant time in your life. And we're going to be there in five,
Mm.
four, three, two, one. Now tell me, what is happening?
So this is the part where we interact with the being that are here because they kept us away for a while to teach us and to sharpen our ability
Mm-hmm.
to interact. Now they send us out to blend in and to interact
Mm-hmm.
and to share what we have learned, help others to remember that they are just like us.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
I want to ask you at this time in space, where are your parents?
they're still here,
Repeat that.
here.
They're still here. At this point in time in your life, what role do your parents play in your life as far as your gifts, as far as the advancement that is happening? Is the same thing happening with them?
They have always been my guides,
Mm-hmm.
but first my parents, then my guides.
Mm.
They are also here to provide emotional.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And how does that make you feel that as you progress age-wise in the human body, that they're still able to support you?
It feels very comforting
Comforting. Mm-hmm.
and it feels like I'm connected to home.
At this time in your life, what year is it?
2046.
2046. Now, is do you at this point in your life have you met a mate or choose a partner?
No,
No.
2046. I'm still very,
Hmm. Your focus is different.
I'm still very small.
Okay. Do you have any information based around this new advancement, basically, that is happening that you want to share with anyone who comes across this video? As far as basically one, how to handle if they have children that extensions of this light and human body, uh, what do I call collaboration?
Um,
Because they choose this. Is that correct? Hmm. You have any words that you want to give parents that probably notice it, will notice it?
pay attention, pay attention and listen. Pay attention to how the child behaves in certain spaces or places,
Hmm.
and try to listen, try to hear what they're saying,
Hmm.
even in their baby words.
Hmm. Okay. So we're going to count down from 5 to 1, and we're going to take you to the space of where uh, it's time. It's a death time, and we're going to be there in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Now tell me what is happening. What is the cause of your passing?
There is a he's a teenager, um, I'm trying to think.
Okay, I want you to pause for just a moment. There is some background noise and we can't hear. Give me just a moment. You okay? Okay. All right. Just take some deep breaths and we're going to count down from 5 to 1. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're at the space of where there is your death coming upon you, or should I say disconnect? Maybe that's a better word. And tell me what is happening.
There's this he has friends. They have their own little group. And I was trying to help him. I interacted with him before, but there's something that he said that he didn't like, and he attacked me not with the intention of causing harm, but that is what happened.
So, who again was that attacked you? Not trying to cause harm, but they did. Who was it?
Boujee,
Repeat that.
which boy,
I hate to ask you to repeat that again, but it's coming across a little muffled. One more time. Who? Repeat that. Who was it?
boy,
A boy.
Boujee.
Okay. And why did he do that?
There was something that was said that he didn't like,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
that I said, or something that he would say your said. He would say your people said this, and it made him upset.
Uh-huh.
So because he was angry, he attacked me,
Mm-hmm.
and that was how I acted.
So when he attacked you, what exactly did he do?
He had a knife,
Mm-hmm.
was what would you say? Going back and forth, going back and forth, just just expressing his anger and waving it around, moving it around, and um, stabbed in the abdomen,
Mm-hmm.
punctured an organ,
Mm. Where did
and
he where did he stab you?
in my left left side of my body.
Left side of your back,
No, the front.
left side of the front.
Yeah,
Is that your chest,
no, lower
lower?
because um I could feel like I was not able to breathe because of the amount of blood.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't able to breathe.
Mm-hmm. And as you are passing, what thoughts go through your mind?
I saw that he was scared, so I was thinking about my parents and how they would feel.
Mm-hmm.
I was also thinking about the boy and how he would feel. I wanted to tell him that it was okay.
So basically, you died young.
I did.
Mm-hmm. Did you get to fulfill the mission that you intended on being this light and human body being?
I did. And I was um,
Mm-hmm. So when you pass and from this trauma of this wound and bleeding heavily, how old are you?
I'm 26 right now.
Repeat that.
Six.
26. Mm-hmm. Okay. We're going to go ahead and allow you to allow the spirit of that body, being only the third party looking on, to see the individuals below you and to see what had happened. But we're going to shift just a little bit and we're going to allow you to be in the space on this timeline of where you're passing. But I want you to be able to connect with your parents before you leave. We're going to be there in the space of wherever it is that your parents are on this day that you're passing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, you're in a space where your parents are. They do not know what is happening or what has happened to you. Now, I want you to tell me, where are you at this moment? Where is your soul?
Mm, It's outside. I'm just looking down. I can see the wall. I'm more focused on the boy.
Hmm. Are you at the home?
It's outside.
Outside. Okay. And where are your parents outside? Are they both there?
My parents aren't near my body,
Repeat that.
aren't close to my body,
The parents are close to your body. Okay.
close to the body is it.
All right. What is happening with the parents?
My mom is puzzled because she feels like something is off.
Hmm.
So she places her hand on her stomach and she holds on to my father's hand and she says, something is wrong.
Hmm.
And it feels like discomfort in her stomach.
Hmm. In her own stomach? Okay.
And then she says something is very wrong. And then she knows.
Mm-hmm. I want you, while your parents are there, she knows something because of the the connectedness that the two of you had. I want you to speak to your mom and tell her what has happened so that she intuitively picks up more than what she has already picked up, and allow her to know what has happened. And tell me what is happening.
And it can't be done. Not yet.
Hmm.
But my father knew it would be soon. He just
Is that due to the connectedness between you and your father?
it's because he had to know, so he feel he had to know.
Hmm. He had to know before she knew. Hmm. We're going to go ahead and leave that scene and allow you to go back to the place where your body is. And we're going to be there in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, as you lay there, having to allow mom, dad to kind of know what's going on, we're going to go ahead and allow you to, as you hover above the body, what feelings do you have about you leaving that earthly space so soon?
I feel a bit of remorse because I feel like I didn't get to see it again.
Hmm. Hmm.
That's the regret that I carry.
Hmm. Now tell me, do you have any inclination, basically due to the intelligence in this space and time, that you have another part of you as well that is on a different timeline? Hmm. All right. We're going to go ahead and forward you spirit world. You're going to completely live the space where the body is. You're going to float and move past the earthly realm, past the cosmic space. As you float higher, feeling freer than before, and you float on past the different realms where many souls may stop, and many souls are there and beings. And we're going to move on to spirit world. And you're going to be in spirit world in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And now you are in spirit world. The difference is you're not alone this time. You are close to someone. As you get grounded in this space and you are connected, I want you to tell me, do you recognize that energy that is there with you?
I wasn't.
Hmm. I want you to tell me, is there anyone that meets you there in spirit world? Is one from the timeline of 2045.
I wasn't thinking something like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, what is this? Mm-hmm. From this timeline. And what does he say to you?
He says, "Look, I have feet."
Repeat that.
He says, "Look, I have feet."
He said, "Look, I have feet."
And
Has he always been a funny person? Hmm. And how does that make you feel to see your grandfather there and in his normal joking manner?
it feels refreshing.
Hmm. Does he look the same?
Mm, he doesn't like anything. He
Repeat that.
he just feels like he feels just happy. He feels alive.
Hmm. With more energy than before. Hmm.
He
And
says I look handsome. Say that.
he said, "You look handsome."
Says he looks handsome. I
He
should say.
said he looks handsome. Okay. Oh, he's trying to talk about how dapper he looks. Is that what he's trying to do? Is he surprised to see you?
No.
I want you to ask your grandfather who is standing there before you, does he recognize the other person that is there with you as well?
He says which one?
Repeat that.
Oh, he talking about you. He says which one?
Well, can you tell him that you are both one? Hmm. Surprise, surprise.
Oh,
Now, we're going to switch just a little bit, and I'm going to switch over to the one who is from the timeline of 1965. We're going to speak with the one. One, what do you think about the other one from the timeline of 2045? What do you think about this?
they're very funny.
They're funny.
Yeah.
Did you know that there was another you from another timeline?
Um, it was always known.
Always known.
Um, sometimes you just feel it, you know it, but you don't know how to explain it.
Hmm. Now, I'm talking to the both of you at this very moment. The one from the timeline 1965 and the one from the timeline 2045. And I want you to face each other and look at each other. Do you look the same or do you look different?
He says he got older. I died young.
He died older and you died young. Okay. Younger one, when you look at older one, do you see how you could possibly look? Do you like that look that the older one possesses?
He says the
Oh,
first Mhm.
all right. I want the older one to give some advice to the younger one so that when you reincarnate, you will bring that message back with you, something that would be of significance as far as that could help no matter the role that the younger one is in. Can you give the younger one a little bit of advice?
always remember that you that is what I used to.
Mhm. What I want to do now that both of you are here together, Whether we expected it or not, we are here. And I want to do some healing around the space of a few things. And we're going to do it right here in Spirit World. I want the both of you to hold each other's hand because you are one, younger one, and older one. You are one. So we're going to heal that within both of you for both of those timelines, and this timeline in 2025, and any timeline in the future. So we're going to heal. We're going to heal that space of separation, feeling that from the Father. We're going to separate that from sadness, and we're going to allow that to be healed. We're going to separate, and we're also going to heal the feeling of detachment and losing the mom at a young age. And we're going to ask Grandfather to step in to form this trinity because this Father affects one or both of you on this current timeline. So, Grandfather, if you don't mind, if you would take the hand of both the young one and the older one so that you can allow your energy to permeate between the both of them so that they feel the love of that Father, of who you were then, who you are now, and who you will be in the future to either and or both of these two. And I want both of you, no matter if it affects you in that timeline of 1965 or whether it affects you in the timeline of 2045. And I want you to repeat after me. I am healed
Yeah.
from wounds of separation,
Of separation
mhm, from sadness,
and sadness.
mhm, from feelings of detachment, from my timeline, mhm, from the timeline of 2025, and any timeline after. Mhm. I also heal the wound around losing my mom at a young age. In that timeline, in any timeline moving forward. Hmm. And so it is. Now, we're going to actually do something I've never done before because this is the first of a kind. I want to go ahead and make a bond between the two of you. If the two of you are in agreements, we're going to make a bond of being able to reach out to each other, to be able to extract the gifts of one another, and also be able to feel one another when they are in pain and or need to be able to lend energy that they may need. If the two of you agree, I want the both of you separately to say, I agree. Hmm. All right. Now, this particular bond, I'm not going to have words for. You're going to speak the words to each other, and the other will speak them. So I want the older one to go ahead and give words to bond the two of you. Give it to the younger one, and the younger you repeat. All right. And you both let me know when you are done. And then younger one, I want you to give one to older one. Words that will allow you to bond, to assimilate you on any lifetime that you may need one another. So I want you to go ahead. Older one, I want you to start first. Hmm. Older one, go ahead and give younger one something to take so that he can bond to, no matter the gender that he chooses or that you choose, older one. The bond will be there due to just energetic vibration, period. All right, go ahead. You may begin and let me know when you are done.
How we do this is I pray for that pathway to connect if and when we choose to incarnate in separate bodies, separate lifetimes, separate memories, chooses them, and younger ones meditate and agree.
Good job. Beautiful. Are you complete?
Yeah.
Hmm. All right. Now that we have healed that space, we're going to go ahead on with the both of you there, since you are one, big one, little one. We're going to go ahead and go before the council, both of you together. And when we're there, we're going to ask the council if they have any words of wisdom for either and or both of you. We're going to be before the council in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're there. Now, either of you, I want you to speak, both having the ability. One may choose to answer a question, then alternate. But I want you to tell me, I want you to ask older one. I want you to ask the council, do you share this council before you, or are there two separate councils?
We have one answer.
Hmm. All right. I want you to ask the council. Well, first, I want to know how many is on that council.
So
12. Hmm. How many are female energy?
two female,
Repeat that
yeah,
one more time.
three female,
3 female. Do either of you recognize any of the members on the council as, we're going to start with you, uh, younger one. Do you recognize any of the members of your council in spirit world as anyone that is within Sand's earthly vibrational space? Does she know any of those?
yes, yes, is on the Minaj,
Repeat that.
Swift and Nicki Minaj.
Okay. Now, bigger one, older one, do you recognize any of the council members?
Yes,
Hmm. Do you want to speak their names, or you just want to say how many you recognize?
one,
How many?
just one.
Just one. All right. Do you wish to say who it is, or do you want to just recognize the one?
Recognize the one.
All right, gratitude. Now, I want you to ask this council before you, the 12, how many lifetimes have they been council members for the both of you together?
Members on the council change, but all all of them on the same council.
Hmm. So they all have been council members for you on all your lifetimes?
Three lifetimes.
How many?
Three.
3. Okay. All right. So I want to ask this, and I don't know why this come up. Is 3 significant for the two of you? The number 3?
Three is significant for us, myself. Three is significant for her more than it is for us.
Hmm. So when you say her, you're speaking of saying on the timeline of 2025. Gratitude. All right. Now, older one and younger one, I want you to ask the council, did both of you get your lifetimes right? Or if you did not, who did not?
Yes,
Both of you? Hmm. Now, older one and younger one, what lesson was it that you learned for both of your lifetimes, even though they're separate, but you're one? What was the lesson?
we learn how to be one. When we came into the bodies, we felt separated from us. And
Hmm.
we learn how to be one, and not just one with ourselves, but one with everything.
One with everything. So
Yes,
you learn to be one, even though you are on different timelines.
yes,
And you learn to be one with the one.
yes,
So is saying in 2025 timeline, is she also connecting to the continuum of being with one?
he's learning.
She's learning. Okay. Gratitude. Now, as she's learning, is she teaching that? Is she on path for that?
Yes,
Hmm. Is she doing a good job of spanking asses as she go and taking names?
don't be a crybaby about it.
Don't be a crybaby saying, okay. Mhm. So, with that being said, she's this passionate soul. What words of wisdom do the two of you, older one and bigger one, have for saying to move forward with this path and journey? It's okay to be a crybaby sometime, but when she gets in that space, give her a little encouragement in words. What do you give to her? What say you?
Stay grounded,
Stay grounded,
stay connected,
stay connected. Say
and
it. Say it.
be one.
Be one. Okay. Beautiful. All right. All right. I want to go ahead and ask your counsel, do they have any additional words? Go ahead and ask Grandpa, does he have any additional words? I'm sure he's in awe at this very moment in seeing the both of you, like, wow and wow. And ask them, do they have any words? And go ahead and do that now.
Mm, thank you for care of yourself,
Hmm.
take care of our child,
Take care of a child.
family, and because you guys are not.
I need you to speak up just a little bit louder. Can you say that again? Hmm.
Be kind to one another, do not seek our best.
Hmm. Be kind to one another. All right. While we're there, before we head off, I want you to ask the council. This is more or less not for older one or younger one. This is for saying on the timeline of 2025. What can she do to build others' confidence in as she teaches others about the connectedness of one while they are pathing their own path? Can you give her counsel some words so that she could bring that back and incorporate that into her teachings.
It has to be everything that she teaches.
She has to be everything that she teaches. Repeat that last one.
It has to embody all grace and humility.
Is the smile from Sam? Is a smile from one in one? All right. Thank you for that. We appreciate it. So we're going to go ahead on. I'm going to count down from 5 to 1. Grandpa, we thank you for coming in and showing up for the one. Thank you for showing up for one and for saying. And we're going to go ahead and leave the space of spirit world. We're going to head to the Akasha. The both of you will come together because you are one. And we're going to be in that space of the Akasha in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are now, you are one in the space of the Akasha. Now, we want to know, what does the Akasha look like as you stand there before it, or whatever you're doing before it? Whoever chooses to speak is okay. Just remember to speak a little loud so we can hear.
So
What does it look like?
let's say for us now, the Akasha is mm, it's it's like air.
It's like air. Mm-hmm.
So what you do, because there's information in our to
Mm-hmm.
be able to get representation of. So it looks like air.
Mm-hmm.
So
Now,
question,
repeat that.
the question, the visual representation would be there is a connection between each molecule.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay. So you're seeing air. Is that correct?
Yeah, just for representation purposes.
Uh-huh. Right, right. So that the human mind can wrap its head around it. Is that okay? Okay. Now, you mentioned molecule, right? So do you see the air particles in separation, or as a sheathing of continuum?
It's they're all connected, but when you ask the question, they all light up and path is straight. So you are directed to the answer.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
There's air all around you when you ask the question, and all particles light up and path is straight between each particle for the connectedness to be complete, so you can extend your consciousness inside that connectedness
Mm-hmm.
to the question that you ask.
Well, ain't that fancy? Okay. Wow. Okay. So, with that being said, how do you receive your, how will you receive your, well, first let me ask you this. Are you there alone?
I'm here alone right now.
Hmm. While you are there, how will you receive the information from the Akasha for yourselves?
I know the information. The
Hmm.
consciousness of the desire. The information finds me.
The information finds you. So there's no book for you.
No,
All right. And when I say for you, I'm speaking for one older and younger one. So there's no book for either of you as one.
just comes.
Just comes. All right. All right. I want you to tell me when you are accessing the Akasha for one older and younger, do you feel any form of acknowledgement of a facial feature within this space for you? Like, do you see you there?
No, it's different.
Hmm. Can you expand on
It's different because it's a known, so it doesn't need to be a visual.
that? Hmm.
No, it's just a known.
Hmm.
See something, I know.
Got it. So you're receiving your information merely vibrationally. All right. So, with that being said, how many lifetimes have you lived as one? Does it matter, older one, younger one? How many lifetimes?
How many lifetimes have I lived as
Yeah. How many lifetimes have you lived? I'm speaking to older one and younger one because you're one. There would be a total number of existences. Is that correct?
altogether?
Yes.
How many lifetimes has this consciousness experienced on planet Earth?
Yeah. Well, since you say that, sounds like there's a separation of not just Earth but other. So let's start with Earth. How many earthly years?
52,603
Hmm. And the other,
outside of Earth
yes.
in the galaxies. Let us focus on this consciousness.
Hmm. Okay. So there would not be a number for that. Okay, got it. Now, now that we're kind of expanded on that, it's earthly and other. What would that other consist of? Your lifetimes. What else have you been outside of a human?
Different forms of expression in spirit form as a guide in different plans as energy just existing as no being
Hmm.
outside of the continuous flow
Hmm.
individual expression. It would consider um, different beings, water beings, light beings, energy beings.
Hmm.
I am able to perform and shape.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. With that right there, isn't that considered a shapeshifter? Was that a yes?
Reference is shape shifter in that sense. Yes.
Yes. All right. So I have another question now that that has come up. Is that the same? Does the sand in her human form also possess that ability?
In different existences, different spaces.
Hmm.
And if you were to define shape shifting energetically, then yes, you're able.
Okay. All right. Gratitude for that. All right. What gifts do the one, older and younger, What gifts did you decide you wanted to bring forth in in those two lifetimes that you can also utilize and San can utilize in this current lifetime? What are your gifts?
Healer,
Mm-hmm.
guide,
Mm-hmm.
traveler,
Mm-hmm.
teacher.
Mm-hmm.
One,
Repeat that.
one,
Mm-hmm.
and one astral projection,
Mm-hmm.
and many more.
No, I'm sure. Well, gratitude for bringing acknowledgement to those. Of those, one, two, three, four, five, six. Of those six, are those already fully activated?
Mm.
So there's no need for activation. Is that correct?
No.
Mm-hmm. All right. Gratitude for that. Now, I want to go ahead and we're going to move forward. We're going to go to the session, the last part of the session, which is where you are having a conversation with your guides, collective consciousness teams, etc. We're going to leave the Akasha. Before we leave the Akasha, I want to tap in with San to ask San while we are here if there's any question that she has for one and one while they're in the Akasha. And I'm going to ask both of you, one and one, to step back and allow San to come forward if she has any questions that she wishes to know from her Akasha. We're going to bring you forward in five, four, three, two, one. Now, San, do you have any questions for one and one who are both part of who you are? Information that you need from your Akasha. They can answer that while they're there now.
Mm-mm.
No? Is it no or you just is it no not on camera?
No, it's not because they already gave me the answers. So,
Okay. All right, gratitude. Well, now, I want to say thank you to one and one. You can, if you so choose, stand by and saying you just stay where you are. We're going to go ahead and we're going to allow your guides, the collective consciousness teams, ancestors, angelic team, higher self, inner child, anyone who wishes to come forward with the questions that she has for this particular part of the past life regression. Now, we're going to ask the guys to come forward and be here in five, four, three, two, one. Now, as we're in this space and headed to where we're going to be meeting, saying, I want you to give us a description of your meeting space that has been selected for you. Can you tell me what does that space look like?
no problem. It's a garden with a bench.
It's a garden with a bench. Can you describe the things that you see in the garden?
It's a lot like grass and it's like very few flowers, mostly grass.
Hmm.
The sky is clear, and it's Venus and I and the spirit guide.
Okay, so you said Venus is there as well? Hmm. How many guides showed up for you?
In this session is one because that's all I need.
It's one because that's all you need. What a coincidence. All right. All right. So the guide that is there, is this a spirit guide, an ancestor, someone from your angelic team? Who is there for you?
Mother Mary,
Mother Mary. Wow. Okay. Mother Mary, I want to say thank you and gratitude for being here. Sam, we're going to ask you to step back and we're going to ask Mother Mary to step forward to answer some questions that you have prepared for her. And Mother Mary, you're going to be here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we thank you. Mother Mary, let us know when you have settled in.
yes,
Mm. Mother Mary, she has some questions that she'd like to have answered. And we thank you for coming to be a part of this past life regression. But before we get to her questions, do you have any words of wisdom? Do you have any messages for her that any suggestions that could help her along the way, as well as any habits that she's trying to release and conquer? Let's start with that. Does she have any habits that you know of that she needs to release and conquer? Let's start with that.
thank you very much for being here. So, firstly, it is not your responsibility to carry the weight of your entire generation. So, even though you have the awareness of all the trauma that needs to be cleared, there are others who are incarnated and who are designed specifically to help with different roles, playing different roles, with clearing that. So it's not all for you to carry. It's
Mhm.
carry out all. It is for you. It is for you to feel and experience. Yes, this is not for you to hold on to.
Saying, can you nod in acknowledgement of what? Gratitude. Do you have any additional messages for Sam, Mother Mary?
Remember, you have a life to live and many more lives to create. So let's forget.
Hmm. Gratitude. All right. Mother Mary, one question that I have before we begin with the answers, and I know that that was something probably weighing heavy on, saying that she can't do it all. She's not meant to do it all. She has many that are around that have the position of assisting with healing the mass consciousness of the masses, and also whether she connects with them or not, every human has a role, every healer has a role, and she cannot do it all. In acceptance of that, I think she can move easier, and we appreciate those words of wisdom because I know that's something that weighs on her because it sometimes can prevent her from having a really full human experience. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Yes. So, without saying much at all, are you giving instruction for her to live more life and have fun? Yes. She has been remiss in having some fun. I would like to invite the higher self and the inner child to light a little fire up under that ass, okay? Higher self and inner child with a nod. Can you assist Fran in living more life fully and freely? Hmm. Gratitude. Thank you. All right, Mother Mary, does Sand need any additional um, past life regressions to heal from anything to assist her with moving along the way, just so she could have that for her own acknowledgement and purposes?
No, no. Mm.
No, only just if she wishes to gain information. Is that correct? Okay, great. Now, let's go ahead and move to the questions that we have. Mother Mary, the first question that she has, is there anything that she needs to know health wise about Venus?
That's a human concern.
Hmm.
Like that. No.
Health wise, no.
Her in the light. That is all you need to do.
Hmm.
Keep her in the light
Keep
and
her light. Hmm.
hydrate.
Hmm.
Sunlight, moonlight, starlight.
Sunlight, moonlight, starlight. Just freaking light. Hmm. Gratitude. All right. Thank you for that information, clarification, and confirmation. The next question: how do we define dimensions? She wants to know, how are dimensions defined?
Dimension is the mere separation of the spectrum of eternity.
Wow. That's it?
Yes, it is the differentiation between
Repeat that.
different pathways, different realms, different time spaces. Yes, so for her understanding, that's what dimensions is different dimensions, different levels, but not levels in the sense of one is lower and one is
Hmm.
levels in the sense of the individuality, the differentiation, the separation. It's as if you would have a canvas in
Hmm.
a canvas, and each cut is layered differently. Each cut has a different vibratory level, um, energetic level, and so each layer or each cut looks and is different, and each cut is designed differently. And because it is designed differently, there are different beings at different dimensions, different beings exist in different dimensions of their energetic level
Hmm.
and their evolutionary process
Hmm.
based off the expansion of their consciousness.
Hmm.
Uh, Fifth dimensional beings, third dimension,
Hmm.
but a third dimensional being might find it difficult to exist in the fifth dimension
Hmm.
because of the difference in consciousness. A third dimensional being can exist in the sixth dimension
Hmm.
because a third dimensional still has the ability to expand consciousness,
Hmm.
be able to exist in the sixth dimension. And so consciousness plays a very important role when we are differentiating or defining dimension. It is less physical and more energy.
Hmm. Okay. Saying, can you nod your head in acknowledgement if you have received what you needed from that? Okay. All right. All right. Mother Mary, the next question is, why did she see two separate versions of her grandpa?
It was uh, like one, two different lives. So two different lives that came to an end, and one was delayed.
One was delayed.
So one version of the grandpa seemed more answering all the questions, African, the other just extended. So that one was a bit jittery.
Hmm. Saying, did you get the answer that you needed? Okay. All right. The next question is, what is the root cause of hormonal imbalance?
It is an inconsistency flow of energy within the physical body and the energy. It is connected to very centered around the sacral energy.
Did you say sacral? Mm-hmm.
So it will also be unique for each individual, but just centered around an imbalance within the physical body, the energy, the child energy, lifeless energy flowing, and is generally connected around the sacral center and allowing the flow of constant energy in that is needed. Once that goes out of balance, it will take time for the balance to be restored. If the person knowing what is causing the imbalance in his life is also key. The
Mm-hmm.
environment plays a role, the outside environment, the energy of the outside environment also plays a role, not just to place a lot of emphasis on the food, but it's more so
I want to ask a question around what you just spoke on. Is Tai Chi a good way to allow the constant flow of energy if people incorporate that into their life? Next question. Does San need assistance with, even though she's a Reiki master, sometimes we could, healers sometimes themselves need assistance from healers, right? Okay. Does San, as you are there in her presence, does she need assistance with some movement of the sacral flow of energy from anyone outside of herself? Does she need help with that, as in today?
she always needs help and will always help. It is more so consistency,
Hmm.
um, a necessity.
Uh-huh. Does San have a little bit of resistance with asking others for assistance when it comes to that? Because for one, she's a fucking healer, and healers sometimes don't want to ask for help. Is she one of those individuals that she, even though being the bad bitch that she is, sometimes does she need that extraness from others?
Yes, but also it is a responsibility that has been placed by her higher self and his being to get it done. It is about discipline and it is about being obedient to.
Hmm.
So to receive help from others is good and is accepted, but consistency requires the self to be in alignment with the energy of consistency.
Hmm. Is she in alignment with the energy of consistency at this very moment?
You can be in alignment with the energy of breathe,
Hmm.
with the energy of putting it off.
Hmm.
And
So would that be procrastination? Hmm. Does she need anything from anyone, the collective now?
she's,
Hello. Say that again.
she's already receiving.
She's always receiving. She's always in receptive mode.
Yes, and she's receiving.
Okay. You heard her right. Okay. All right. Before we leave this question, does she need anything from us as we're here, as family, and as a group? Does she need anything from us at this moment?
Mm-hmm. She would like for everyone to be happy.
She like for everyone to do what?
She would like for everyone to be very happy and very high spirits. Not
Okay.
like sometimes.
Hmm.
Energy, high spirits.
Okay. I think we all can do that, not just for her, but for us as well, right? And doing it for us is doing it for her, and doing it for her is doing it for us, vice versa. Is that right? All right, gratitude. Repeat that.
There you go.
There you go. All right. Her last question is, should she apply for travel documents this year?
Wait until the latter part of the year.
Hmm. Gratitude. With waiting for the latter part of this year, does that free up the commotion that is surrounding immigration at this time?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And say that again.
Yes.
Hmm. Is there anything else you wish for her to know around this space?
Mm-mm.
Hmm. All right. Saying you have Mother Mary here front and center. Do you have any questions outside of those that you asked as you sit in the background kikiing?
Mm. Boujee. Hello.
Hello.
Mm-mm. Mm. No interference. Balance. Step back. Step back. Step back. There is no more.
Hmm.
Mm.
All right. Gratitude. If there's no additional questions that you have, Sam, Mother Mary, do you have any additional questions?
No.
Hmm. I'm going to go ahead and take this moment now. This would be the most inopportune time to go ahead and allow the consciousness of Venus to step forward through her mom. For any messages that you have for her, I know you've been waiting, little mama. We know, we know. And I'm going to count down from 5 to 1 and allow you to come through to give your mom the messages that you've been waiting to give. And we're going to do that in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Baby girl, come on. You got the floor. Take your time. Hmm. Is mama doing a good job, V? Hmm. Do you need anything from mama? It's okay. Tell mama what you need.
Yes,
Repeat that.
yeah, I need her to be okay.
You need her to be okay. She hears you.
I need you to be strong.
Be strong.
I need you to laugh. I
To,
need
mhm. To laugh and what else?
them to smile.
And to smile. Do you miss that about mama?
Sometimes
Sometimes. Sometimes or anytime, it's just a time. What do you need from us, V, from mama to help her? Do you need anything from us? We're family. You know we love you. What do you need from us to help mama? Do we need to check in on her more?
not exactly. It's never individual things.
Hmm.
It's
Repeat that.
what I need for me, I need for you. And so what we need is balance. We need a community that sticks together, that works together to co-create and to rise up and create more, to expand, to grow. That is what will lift and raise the vibration of the collective. Each soul will feel back individually and collectively.
Individual and collective.
The message is always the same.
Hmm.
We are one.
Hmm. We are. Hmm. Anything you else? Anything else you wanna tell mama? Gratitude. We thank you for coming through. We're going to ask you to go ahead and step back. We're going to ask for this last time. We're going to ask for the higher self to come through with last messages before we end the session. And I want you to be here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, do you have any last messages, higher self?
Don't,
4. Repeat that.
do not hesitate.
Hmm. We have one more guest that which just came up, popped in, want to come through. We're going to extend the invitation if he so wishes to. All right, Treb, you want to come through? Go ahead and be here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Do you have any messages for baby girl over here?
And everyone, call me whenever you need me. I'm in the music. And that you'll find me there every day. Thank you.
Thank you for coming through. All right. Last one. Source energy. Thank you. Gratitude. She's here. Do you have any messages for her?
Um, mhm.
Mhm.
Uh,
Gratitude. Repeat that.
I don't know.
All right, we're going to go ahead and say gratitude. Thank all who were here for facilitation for this amazing past life regression. And we're going to go ahead and ask for all the collectives, personalities from the past to step back. We're going to ask you to release and return to your proper places and spaces. We make sure that all mental, physical symptoms from each lifetime that you represented in the timeline of 1965 and 2045, that you leave those influences in those spaces and allow saying to return on the count of 10 to the consciousness in the same exact personality and orient her to this present day and time of Sunday, March the 2nd, 2:53, 3:53 p.m., whatever the time zone is, feeling rested and well, whole as one. She will be here in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are back as one consciousness awaken. Right. Okay, boo.
Mm.
How you feeling, boo? Yeah, good.
Just sleep.
Just sleepy.
It's more of like a relaxed feeling.
hmm All right. That was beautiful. Not to mention the last minute knock knock. All right. That was beautiful from Venus.
What happened?
All right, boo, you good? You have any questions about anything that happened?
Mm,
Does it feel like it's been almost 5 hours?
that's the first thing I was like, oh my gosh, it was that long?
It was.
You okay? Hmm? You looking like you wasn't sick. Uh, mm-mm.
Any
I don't
questions
have
about it? Any questions? Any comments? Concerns?
no. I just feel hold on. Let me drown a little bit. No, let me come back.
Hey, B. Girl, you're getting big. Girl, you're getting so big.
No, I don't have any questions. I don't have any questions.
You don't have any questions? All right. Well, this was beautiful. Thank you for allowing me to do this. It was amazing.
Thank you so much for facilitating this session. I really do. I've been so excited and I'm so happy that came into fruition.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. If you need me, you know where to find me, boo.
I do. And um, maybe we'll do a review
Okay.
next.
Yeah, it'll come to you. I think like an hour after the session, the review comes to you.
Yeah,
You want to do like, unless you want to do a video one, you could do both, or you could do one. Don't matter to me.
figure it out.
All right.
I just feel like really high right now.
No, you don't have to do it right now. Okay. All right, we're going to collect yourself, and we will talk to you another time.
Okay.
Beautiful. All right. And I think all you have to do, I think once it's posted. Oh, real quick, hold on before you go anywhere. Hold on. I just want to get a.
Mm-hmm. Okay. This, this, no, this, no, there you go.
Oh wait, where we gone now? All right, so she's gone, y'all. I don't know what happened, but we good to go. All right, y'all. So listen, it was beautiful. I did one yesterday and I had one today. I don't have my next one until Saturday. All right, y'all. You're welcome. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of you that hit the thumbs up. I think we ended up with like 17 people. I appreciate those of you that did. Those of you that did not, that's okay too. All right. All right. We out here doing all kind of good shit. So I'm saying good things. All right, y'all. Have a beautiful evening on this Sunday. I got something I got to go take care of too. Y'all have a beautiful day. Take care.